I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much everybody for being here. I know we just got started, so I'm sure some people will be filtering in. Oh, I see someone new here. I'll just pull this comment up real quick, and it looks like we have a fellow squirrel lover in the house. Shout out to all the squirrels and squirrel lovers. Cute, very cute. Do you know that squirrel personally? Just wondering. But I'm so glad to see you here, and I'm happy to do these. This is so much fun. I look forward to it every time, and I'm happy to do this. What I wanted to say real quick is that here on day 16, hi Candace as well, saying hello. You might be wondering why we're missing the purple background and there's no EDB. Well, on this day in real life and during the trial, they were having like storms. I think there was like a tornado watch, and EDB's internet connection was abysmal, and it cut in and out several times. She lost the feed even, which like never happens, at least once. But even when it was still happening, it's basically unwatchable. I actually had already like clipped all the parts, which is like hours and hours and hours that I start with, that I was going to use from it. And then as I was trying to put it together, I was like, I can't, this is just, you missed everything, because all you could hear is like that type of thing the entire time. It was just, it was so, what we're going to do for day 16 is we're using the Court TV feed. So, anyway, shout out to my wife. Love you, wifey. So I just, and I'm also seeing we have this picture is from the Draconis trial. That's interesting. I followed that trial, and I know several others in the chat here also followed that trial. So, and I'm just, so I'm not T-Pain, that's my wifey, in case anyone's wondering. Also pull this up. So yes, so that's why it's Court TV. Day 17, we will be back to having EDB joining us. But this is, y'all, we're coming up towards the end of the prosecution's case. They're about to rest their case here pretty soon. These next couple episodes are going to be probably some of the most important and most, riveting, although everything about this trial is riveting in my opinion. But today we have David Owen. He's going to come in and he's going to present to the world for the very first time Alex's third police interview. I also want to say about that, while I have a chance, that I didn't edit any of that, like the interview, for several reasons. First of all, you see the time, the time is on the video. But second of all, it's a situation where any long pauses in the interview and stuff like that, that's different than like long pauses in court because somebody forgot something or whatever. So anyway, I left all of that completely as is, just because I think that does it the most justice. And I'll mention that again when we get there. And then after that, we are going to hear from Kenny Kinsey, who's one of my favorite witnesses of the entire trial. I think him, tied with Roger Dale Davis Jr., who we heard from last time, and Kenny Kinsey is the crime scene reconstructionist expert dude, who is also just very personable. And the other thing that's interesting is we're going to see, in my opinion, Jim's strongest, perhaps, moment of the entire trial, and definitely his strongest cross, in my opinion, on David Owen. And then we're going to see Poot, and his takes a different approach, crossing Kenny Kinsey. And then the next episode will be all about the roadside. But anyway, without further ado, let's carry on with day 16. Thanks so much for being here.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. I'll call your next witness.
May it please the court. State of South Carolina, we call Special Agent David Owen to the stand.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Mistake you would, please. You see you got some here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you best.
Also, just for reference there, that's Rhonda McElvey. We saw her also last episode. Remember, Miss Becky had COVID and was out for part of the trial. So we heard from Rhonda McElvey during the hearing, and she was the one that uses her fingers to count. Oh my God, COE. Hold on, stop everything. COE, I'm so happy to see you. That's awesome. Thank you so much for stopping by. Again, anyone who watches this knows that I talk about SDS every single episode, but now is a great time to say that if you have not checked out Surviving the Survivor, it is the best YouTube channel on the planet. Not even Nightbot says so. But yes, Rhonda McElvey, she was the one who said that she counts the jurors using both her hands or all 10 fingers or something like that without her having to use her toes. So there's Rhonda McElvey. You got to see her in action there for a sec as David Owen is taking the stand.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about...
Y'all, I was so excited by all the things that are happening. I saw a squirrel thumbnail in the chat. We have COE, we have wifey. I forgot to even put my ticker at the bottom. So anyway, we have that now.
Special Agent David Owen?
Yes,
Your background,
yes, sir.
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED in SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, in 2015.
Did you think it was important to talk?
SLED just got 2.
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call.
Hi,
Being that
Muda
he
Dude.
was-
Thank you for
it
being
was his
here.
wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call. It was paramount that I talked to him. You know, what was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m., y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh.
Y'all.
He's the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we
Okay.
need to speak with you."
So anyone who remembers from the first law enforcement interview that Alex has in the cop car, and the whole thing with CB Rowe and like the FBI agent and the Navy SEALs and the Black Panthers, that's definitely one of the many gems from this trial. But anyway, just provides some context for what he's about to say here.
So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night.
We all want to know.
So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alex Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
All right,
Prior to playing
just
the
a
video,
very quick reminder for anyone who doesn't remember who Corey Fleming is. He's one of Alex's jailboyd, as they would say, jailbird friends. He is currently in federal prison for all of his roles that he played in the financial crimes, but he is the attorney who sits there and mostly like a bump on a log during this this first interview, and you will see part of his leg, perhaps maybe both legs, a couple times here in this interview upcoming.
Was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody.
No, he was not.
He's free to leave.
Yes, he was.
Was there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Who was Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Oh, Janie, I didn't realize there was an echo. I did not explain that. Let me check my settings real quick. Thank you for mentioning. Oh, and looky here. Yes, somehow echo cancellation got turned off. Every now and again, it's like, hold on, let me make sure. Okay, let's see if that's better. Every now and again, the browser just resets the settings and it doesn't tell you. So hopefully that's better. I am so sorry about the echo. I had no idea. Of course, I can't hear that on my end. So let me know if that's better.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Just a big old heat. Maybe until you want to use the bathroom.
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who's testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that you in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Here you can see Corey Fleming's knees and the right beside Alex there.
What time is this?
Gilbert knees.
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you.
Doing good, man. Can't complain. Ready to see some cool weather.
Okay, so remember, guys.
Operative. So of course that
Oh
kind of
gosh,
piqued my interest.
sorry, I don't know why that video just ran. So remember, this is the very first time that the world is seeing this third interview. So when this happened during trial, this was a really big moment because we all knew there was a third interview, and no one we'd never seen it, had not been released. And so let me fast forward. Okay, there we go. So it had not been released, and so this was a huge moment. And this is also when the investigation really shifts. Again, this is August 11th, as it says there, 2021. Before the side of the road, okay? Of course, that we all know that was September 4th, so it was a little less than a month before. But yes, I agree, wifey, Alex does look abnormally pink. So he either always looks abnormally pale or like translucent white or pink. He's never a normal human color. But that makes sense. He's not a normal human. So yes. Amazing. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Thank you. Just a big old heat. Maybe until you want to use the bathroom.
Who's down to your right?
I went back a little bit.
Jeff Croft, who's testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that you in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you.
Just a reminder too, the ticker at the bottom, those are cumulative over every episode we've done, and they will be cumulative for the entire trial.
Ready to see some cool weather. From me too.
Wait, if I can stop for 1 second. To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house
I love
last
that
week.
they're using DLC media player.
Yes. No, are you spelling your name with 2 M's or one M? All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today.
Not sponsored.
I know we
Not
got a lot to talk
sponsored.
about. We can ask questions. But before we get started with your questions,
this has been going on for over 2 months, and we've done a lot of work,
I know you have.
and I've got some more questions that I need.
Y'all are cracking me up.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh my
so
gosh.
we'll start with that.
Wait a
Guys.
minute.
Yes, sir.
Maybe
Shout out to Ireland.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you can update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
we go.
let's
as we go.
do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's
Well,
do that first.
the update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some
Thank you so
questions.
much for being here, Black
that
Widow.
I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if you know, I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you
This
going to
is-
give us information? Or
This is like one of the only times Corey Fleming does anything during this entire interview. I think he says something also like another point, like halfway through. But this is he's actually kind of like got a pulse at this juncture. The rest of the time, again, he's just really a bump on the log. And here we can only see one of his knees and his jailbird hand there beside Alex.
just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind it. I don't
I know
mind
you
it.
don't. I know you don't. But I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we're doing. I like to understand what we're talking about. You know.
The other thing I will say is that just even right there, Corey Fleming kind of interrupted Alex, but that was the first of several times in this interview where Corey Fleming actually kind of tries to like not shut it down, but like intervene or do something lawyery. And Alex interrupts him and is like, I'm fine. So like that just has, so right there, like, you know, Corey Fleming is like trying to be like, okay, well, like, are you gonna give us information? Then Alex like interrupts, is like, I'm fine with it. Like he's fine talking. He does that again later. Yes. 100%. Exactly. It's what the hands know how to do. That matters. Oh, I love it. I love it.
I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you
Yeah, Alex is
think
like,
that
let me
he's
just ignore my
suspect?
lawyer's advice and just
I need a straight
run my
answer.
mouth.
I
And then he
am
does it
asking
in
these
the trial.
questions To further my
All things.
investigation.
All right. What, does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect? Because
Good. Say it.
because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever.
You know, I'm not like, I think it's more important to listen to what people say than to look at how they're like sitting and stuff, even though I freaking love watching, you know, people like Dr. G and the behavior panel. That's not that I love watching that, but that's not how I interpret the world. I guess maybe because ears, musician, listening. I don't know. Also, I'm like oblivious to things visually for the most part, but it is interesting to look at how Alex is sitting because it's completely different than we see in any of his other interviews. Of course, his last interview after this one is over the phone, so we have no idea. But it's just a very different posture. His legs crossed and his arms crossed like that. And I think he maintains that posture pretty much the whole time, except for when he's like fake crying. So anyway, I just want to point that.
That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for. And I've
Also, side note, David Owen, he's got like a tumbler there. It looks like an insulated tumbler. I don't know if he's got some coffee or some water, but I also want to say that color is the color that I have for all of my the water bottles that I love. I have a certain water bottle that I adore. Not sponsored, but I've tried a lot of water bottles, and I have this thing that I've had my whole life. Like, water is my favorite thing of all time, and I drink it like even as a little kid. Like, it was a running joke in my family that I always had a water cup with me. And so like at night, I can't exist somewhere and not have water with me. Like, I bring water everywhere. It's just, and I also always have like flat water and sparkle water because I love sparkle water. Anyway, that being said, avid water bottle user / tester outer person. And anyway, my favorite water bottle, I love it so much. I have several of them, and they're all that same color as David Owen. His, again, his tumbler, but could be water in there. And the water bottle that I love, it has this cool feature that I think it's like a patented thing where it like automatically makes the water or whatever you put in there flow out in a certain way that is very pleasing. It like times it in a way that, like, I remember the first time I used this, I was like, oh my gosh, water has never been so enjoyable. And I adore water like my whole life. Yeah, it's like a mint green color. Yeah, also similar to the color of the ticker as well. But yeah, like a mint green color is the color of my water bottles. And I'll put the type of the brand of the water bottle in the chat just in case anyone's interested. I highly recommend it.
I told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased. Both cases, that's Alec. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. All right. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. It's fine.
I mean, it is reasonable, but he shouldn't be saying that, right?
I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case. And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing
so
the investigation. I am.
Here's I can't. I'm trying to think. I don't know how. I don't think I can share this on the stream. But the water bottle, you can get it like on Amazon. You can also get it at Target. But it's the brand. I don't know how they pronounce it. If it's Tequila, I think it is. But it's this one. The color is aqua, and this particular one it's called the Tequila Traveler Insulated Coffee Mug with leak-proof lid. So here's all the reasons I love this. First of all, dishwasher safe. Second of all, it has this like flip up. It can have like a handle thing that flips up or down. You can lock. It has a pop open lid that you can lock or have it or leave it unlocked. But then it has the favorite thing about it that I love is the way that it flows the water out. Like, let me see how they describe that on the thing. Oh, it is Japanese. Yeah, it says 55 years of Japanese design. Okay, so Tequila. All right, confirmed. Yes, it has a contoured lip, and it disperses the water. You know, I'm so clumsy. I'll spill water. I'll spill things all over myself. I'll choke on water. I don't have that problem with this water bottle. It really makes, for those who struggle with things like drinking water, it just makes it effortless and foolproof, even for me. And it feels nice. It feels nice in the mouth. That's what she said. But yes, it's the they have a lot of different water bottles, a ton of different ones. And another feature about this one is the size of it. It'll fit in any cup holder. That's the other reason. A lot of, water bottles, they have a base that is just too large and it won't fit in the cup holder. And again, if you want to take it with you. So this fits in any cup holder, and it's insulated. So it'll keep anything hot or cold, again, dishwashers, safe, and all that jazz. So yes. Okay.
That's right. All right. Well, You know, Alec, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
Yes.
then that's fine.
Do
But I'm
anything to help.
all right. That's fine.
Oh, Janie, he was saying, Janie, he was saying everyone in America has an opinion on this case. That's what he was saying.
I want to go back to Monday morning, and you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We've been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been
Ball game. We all know who that was.
somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30 probably.
Yes,
10 o'clock
it's
maybe,
the,
at latest.
Janie, by the way, when I love something, I can talk about it and give it like, it's basically like pre-advertising. Like I get really enthusiastic, and actually I also love writing reviews. So anytime there's like an opportunity for a survey or writing a review, most people or some people might be like, I'm like, yes, give it to me. I love reviewing shit, but anything that I love, I will talk about, and I can, I have like a natural ability to just be enthusiastic about it or whatever. So I was just going to say this could easily turn into like a water bottle review channel or just like a product review. And just kidding. Totally kidding. But yes, Janie, it does not have, it's a mouthpiece screw top. Yes. It's not a straw. I do have tumblers with straws that I use for my coffee because I make homemade cold brew and I drink coffee all day, every day, along with my flat water and my sparkle water. I'm a 3-beverage kind of gal at any given moment. But this is what I use for my flat water. So it's the flip up, and no straw, and the top screws on and off, like if you're going to fill it up or whatever. But, yeah.
Like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying, it was
Understand.
5:11 or something like that. I
Totally
need
understand.
ballpark,
That's,
as close as you can get to it.
and if you need to know exactly when,
It comes in a million colors, but I love the aqua.
there would be a keypad that will tell when exactly I went in my office that I can get for you.
Okay.
And that reminds me, thank you, Alex, for that. That reminds me, one thing that is really unclear is why he lies about the time he leaves work. At this juncture, I don't have an answer for that. And I don't know if we ever really kind of get one, but basically he says he leaves work. He said, here's what we know. He says he leaves work way earlier than he actually does. And that's what they're about to talk about. And perhaps that's because he wants to make it, I'm answering my own question as I talk out loud. So basically, we know he also says that him and Paul fucked around with the trees and shit for a couple hours. They drove around, whatever, right? He tries to really, he says it's for a couple hours, and we know it wasn't for very long at all. T-Pain, I'll put it in the Discord, the right one, here in a sec. But he says he fucks around for like hours and whatever, and like we know it was not that long. So I think that, as I thought about that one myself too, I was like thinking, well, what would be the only reason? The only thing I can think of, it's a really stupid thing to lie about because they're going to find that out and he should know that. But I guess it's a desperate attempt on his part to try to make it seem like they didn't just show up in time for their own deaths, which is what happened. He called them there and they arrived like right before dinner. They ate their dinner, went to the kennels, and that was the last thing they did. So I think that he is potentially trying to make it seem like they were there longer. I mean, it's a stupid lie, and he's not, even if it worked, it doesn't get you a whole lot of mileage, but that's what I can see for Shrimp Boy's Weasley brain, that would be the thing of like, also, I think his instinct is to lie about literally everything too. Also, like, even if it doesn't really matter, I think too. He looks like he needs to pee. A lot of things.
So
So you have a key fob to get in your office?
a card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gotcha. a little bit, it was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. I just don't remember if I left right after she did or I piddled around.
Okay. But, and I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident, or the boat case.
I don't really.
Boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but.
Boat case is up to 116.
Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely gonna know what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, so what were those motions? I mean, did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
Okay. What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
That's when you left the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
Okay. And y'all rode around the farm. And I believe you said 2 different trucks, or 2 different vehicles.
Yes, sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
He's already crying, fake crying for Papa.
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
Y'all check the squirrel crew?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practice,
Okay,
just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours.
See, there it is. We rode around for a couple hours.
All the
No.
stuff Paul did on the farm. And, we just,
So, right now on Amazon, I can't find it on Target right now for some reason, but on Amazon right now, they have, if you have Prime, they have the thing where you can apply a 15% off coupon. And there's 2 sizes. I believe I have the smaller size. But I put the water bottle in the Discord scroll crew. So, y'all hopefully should be able to see that there.
you know, time to go. I'm sorry. No,
Yeah, he tends to do that. He did that in the body cam too. Apologizing. I'm sorry.
We started out
Freaking
going
Kleenex.
to look at the sunflowers because
Freaking sunflowers.
worried about the sunflowers.
The
That was
freaking
first thing we
sunflowers,
looked at.
man.
And we just rode. We just rode and looked
Yay,
at.
Kidsmits!
I mean, we hadn't
Happy
done it
to
in a
see
while.
you
We just
here.
rode. Tall.
Awesome. Awesome.
Tall.
We just got started.
What you talk about?
Yeah, you know, this
Y'all, for those of you who don't know, Kidsmits is here oftentimes. She also is a music teacher. She teaches piano. I would say you've missed just the beginning of Alex's interview here, the 3rd interview, which is the first time we've seen it during the trial. And also you've missed a potentially long-winded review on my favorite water bottle. If you're curious, check the Law Squirrel Discord Squirrel Crew.
one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff. So
yeah, unless you're
amazingly,
like
but
a professor
he was
at
just
like
so worried about it. But
Princeton or
then we
something,
talked about that.
then
we
it
talked
has to
about
be
farm. We just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this week?
No, sir.
Were y'all trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
And he was resistant?
Oh,
Yeah,
100%,
he's been
Janie.
resistant, but,
100%. Yes.
Much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he
Yeah,
did
right
have
now,
all kind of
Kid
little
Smith's,
problems, but
this water
much
bottle has a
less
15% off
after his
coupon
feet
on
swelled
Amazon.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going, how did he respond to you?
up. To going out,
No, going to the doctor?
he did.
When y'all talked about it?
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor.
He
about
really
stresses
wants to
of
keep talking about this
everything with
topic.
the boat wreck.
Boat wreck.
He didn't think he needed to do that.
I mean, I don't know.
Tried to watch
I
him
still have
really
hopes that
closely.
Roadside will catch up, but I don't know. What is Roadside at? Roadside's at 62 right now.
But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd
What
say
time did Maggie
probably,
get there? Later. That's excellent. Thank
best
you.
I can tell, a couple hours after us.
No.
After we got there.
No. See, again, it's almost one of the things like, is it really necessary that you lie about this? But it wasn't a couple hours. It wasn't, because Paul wasn't there for, he's trying to change that timeline of when Paul got there. And I guess he knows he can't change Maggie's because Maggie is, at the doctor and whatnot and has to drive and get there. So I guess he knows he can't fudge her timeline. But with Paul, he tries to put Paul there much earlier.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But
How do you not remember that?
It's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing he'll do. Anytime he says it's not unusual, fill in the blank, it's always a thing that then he contradicts it later, as in he doesn't, it becomes inconsistent whenever he says that, usually. It's not unusual for that to happen.
The Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me.
This, y'all, the gaslighting is so real. He did not just admit to being at the dog kennels. I think he was talking about being at, they have the skinning shed situation thing. I think that's what he's referring to, because they've been out, quote unquote, riding around. He doesn't say he'd been to the kennels at all that day at any time. But yes, so this part though, where he says, I learned, hold on, let me rewind a second and then I'll say what I was gonna say.
The Maggie was supposed to be coming
Here.
home. I've since found out she was worried about me.
Gaslighting is real. All right. So he's trying to make it seem like Maggie was coming home. Okay. Here's what he's learned since his first two interviews. What he's learned is that one of the things he has to account for is the fact that they were learning that Maggie was living at Edisto. That Maggie wasn't supposed to be at Moselle. She was living in Edisto because she preferred to be at Edisto for the summers, and they had remodeling going on at the house in Edisto. And so he's learned he has to account for the fact that Maggie comes back. So he tries to take it and spin it, because what he does is he lures her there, as we know. But instead, what he's saying is, oh yeah, in other words, he's conceding to the fact that she wasn't supposed to be there, but then he's saying she only came back because she was worried about me. Man, it's so manipulative, because we all know the truth is that he told her to come. and she didn't feel comfortable with it because of the house, the remodeling and stuff. And her sister, in the last episode we watched, her sister Marion testified to the fact that she actually kind of talked Maggie into going. So, there's a reason why there's a hearsay exception for those who are no longer with us, because they can't speak up for themselves. And so right now he's trying to speak for Maggie and say that what Maggie's intentions were by saying that, she came of her own volition because she was worried about him. And I'm glad that we heard from Marion as well as Blanca, and maybe a couple others, but primarily Marion, her sister, and Blanca, who spoke up and said, yeah, no, Alex told her to go. Because they gave her a voice here, and this is just gross.
And me worrying about my dad until she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Oh,
Yes.
So your question here, I'm not T-Ping. Yes. So, and by the way, if anyone has questions, put them in the chat. Those who have been here for the other episodes, we've covered a lot of shit. We've really broken down a lot of stuff we've realized a lot of stuff together here. And but anyone that has questions, so yes, he does not admit to being at the kennels until he is on the stand. And it's the reason that people figured, like, no one thought he was going to take the stand, but once he did, the only logical explanation, if you're trying to go by logic, was that he needed to explain why he was at the kennels. And so that is the first time we hear him talk about that. But I will say that the reason he took the stand is because he wants to, all the other reasons has nothing to do with strategy. Obviously, I mean, maybe best case scenario, he thinks he can talk his way out of it. But I think that it's like his opportunity, right? To have 2 solid days or whatever, where everyone's listening to just him. It's like his dream situation, right? He gets all the attention. He can talk and talk and talk, and present his narrative and try to manipulate. But yes, that is the first time we hear it, is when he's on the stand. Yes, and I agree with this, Kitsmits. And I love Kitsmits always puts things into her, because she's still kind of, I think, learning the trial as we go, because she didn't watch it at the time. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Kitsmits, so correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, I do know she was catching up on the trial recently and hadn't watched it at the time. So, but yes, I agree. It did seem from her communication with Blanca that she was worried about him, but she would not have gone had he not talked her into it / forced her, because, and remember, when she leaves to go to that doctor's appointment, she's in Edisto. She leaves the door open, not just unlocked, but open, because she's planning on coming back, and she had people there working, doing like construction and stuff. And so she had the door open and everything. She was planning on coming right back. And during that interim, she goes from the doctor's appointment. I think she gets her nails done after that, but she ends up going to Moselle, but she never goes back to the house in Edisto. So, so we do know that that he 100% did beg her. Like, she wouldn't have gone otherwise, but I do agree that she was worried about him too, for sure. Yeah. And we will, just so y'all know, we will add a ticker for Mags and Paw Paw once he takes a stand. I believe it was Super Planner Girl who last episode asked why we don't have one, and I was just reminding everybody, we don't hear that until and another thing, one of the many things, right, we don't hear about is until he takes the stand. So once he takes the stand, we will add a Mags and Paw Paw counter. I think that's the last thing that we're missing. We've got a lot going on there. And for those who have missed it, my favorite categories are probably when Creighton crawling around on the floor, expert explaining something with a yardstick, and Creighton perching on the jury box. But all the categories are great. You don't discriminate.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad until she came home.
He doesn't even go visit his dad. I mean, well, he doesn't, like, just as a reminder, he doesn't even go visit his dad the last days his dad is alive. Like, his dad's put in hospice or whatever. He doesn't even visit him. Like, this, for all the deal that's made about the dad, everyone else, including like Chris Wilson and like everyone, all the friends of his and the, PMPD/pimped people, everyone, they're all talking about how much they loved his dad, blah, blah. Alex does not visit him, but uses him as an excuse for every fucking thing. It's just disgusting. Shrimp boy.
Doing down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edisto.
So kind of surprised.
He has to concede that.
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
That's not what he was asking.
Concerned for you.
Sir?
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long.
My answer to that question I just posted. I wonder if anyone truly knows him other than himself. No, I don't think anyone knows him. And actually, what's funny is I think that's exactly what Jeannie Seconder says on the stand. That no, she says that she never really knew him, and then I think she says, I don't think anyone knows him. She actually says that. Yeah, exactly, Kit Smith. He visited. No, Maggie didn't visit the dad. At least not on that. Maybe before, like the week before. So she this whole weekend of June 7th, none of them visited the dad. And Alex visited the mom, but only as an alibi for the murder. The other hearing, if I remember correctly, okay. Shelley Smith was there when he visited his mom the night of the murders. Right. I mean, yes. Yes. And I agree. I agree with everything y'all are saying. Yep. They all thought they knew him. It is. And I'll tell you what, y'all, Chris Wilson watching his proffer. Oh my God. I talked about this when we watched this together, but this would have been an earlier, maybe part 2, if I have to guess. He does the proffer and then he does a regular testimony. But the proffer is especially emotional because it's the first time he's talking about all this stuff. But I was saying how I remember where I was when I heard that. Like, I remember what I was doing. And I was like Swiffering because my house has all hardwood floors. Well, the kitchen has like porcelain, which if you aren't familiar, it is like the best material for a kitchen floor. It's porcelain, but it looks like wood. And it's like that really cool, like kind of antique-y gray color. Like, what do they call it? Like, what's the right word? Not roughed up. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's a word for it. But anyway, but it looks like wood. And it's rustic kind of, maybe that's the word I'm thinking of. But porcelain is like indestructible. So you can like drop anything on it and it won't chip. It won't scratch. So anyway, my kitchen has porcelain and then the rest of the house is all hardwood floors. So the acoustics are great, but also it's great because I can, there's a lot of Swiffering and less vacuuming, right? But more like Swiffering, like a Swiffer wet jet situation. So I believe I was Swiffer wet jetting, and I was catching up from the same day's testimony. It was in the evening, and so I had the trial playing on the TV. So I was listening, not watching, because I was doing these tours, right? And so this was the day that, again, in real life during Chris Wilson's proffer. And so I was, doing my tour, like listening on the TV, and without seeing him, I heard like when he started talking about how he loved Alex and like how he still loved him and stuff like that, I dropped the Swiffer to the floor and stopped what I was doing. And I just remember that moment so well. I looked at Chris Wilson's face and it told me everything. It was like, holy shit. That was fucking brutal. Same with Ronnie Crosby. The casualties that he's left in his wake don't just include all those he's killed or died somehow related around him. You know, it doesn't just include all the houses that burned down and all the other, you know, all the other shit, but like the real life victims, the thing that is really unique in this situation is that these people like Chris Wilson, Ronnie Crosby, they'd known each other for decades. They were like best friends since college. They all grew up in that town. They never left that town. Their families are all friends. They all work together as lawyers, you know, either in the same firm or doing cases together. Their families vacation together. Their kids work. In other words, they are entwined in each other's lives in every possible manner. It's not just so think about the disruption this would cause in your life when you find out that you've been betrayed in this manner and that someone's a murderer, right? But I mean, there's the level of betrayal and like, and Chris Wilson, right? Never got that money back. I mean, it's hard to even comprehend because again, for the people like Chris Wilson, Ronnie Crosby, there's no area of their lives that wasn't completely upended by this. And not to mention, they treated Paul like a son. They were close to Paul and Maggie, and they were grieving as well. And then what did Alex do? He used that grief and manipulated them with it. So, yes, I agree absolutely with all this. So, this is all true. Yes, and the acoustics. Yeah, this house is really cool. It was built in like the 20s or something, long time ago, like World War II, before World War II, and so, which some things are not good when they're old. Hi, Alexandria. Thank you for joining us. Some things are not good when they're old. Other things are good. Example, violin. My violin was made in 1757. You want that old wood. Nothing like it. Can't be duplicated. Cannot be replicated. Cannot be duplicated. Science can't even figure it out. And so I would say that a well-built old house is a similar thing, like this house. So this house, it's not like old. I mean, it's not, okay, what, 20s, 30s, something like that. So it's relatively old, but it's not like it's, you know, compared to my violin, right? But anyway, it was really well built. So it's all the original flooring, the hardwood floors, and the doors, y'all, are so cool. I'll also put a picture in the Discord. It has the doorknobs all have those old-fashioned locks with a keyhole, like you would see a key. It's like an old-fashioned key from like a movie, like where it's a large key that like is shaped like a key, and there's a keyhole. They all have that. It's so fucking cool. It has a lot of character. And it has like a really open floor plan and really high ceilings, and the acoustics are phenomenal. And the energy is, y'all, it's really, I really love this house. I don't own this house. I'm renting it, but I might try to see if I can buy it because I know the owner. And the owner, incidentally, also used to play violin. But anyway, yes, it is. You're welcome anytime, wifey. Yeah, this house, it's really got, and the best thing of all, I have, some of you know, I have a menagerie, a wildlife menagerie that chills here voluntarily, including regularly on an almost daily basis, not just your bunnies, your squirrels, your birds, of many different kinds, deer. Some people think the deer is crazy. There's never not deer in my backyard or front yard, like many, like, oh, there, I'm sure there's some right now, but I've got red foxes. There's a red fox family out here. One of them will come up and try to talk to Frodo, my dog, who looks like a fox. And like, they have a whole fox conversation, could go off on a tangent about that. but there's the raccoons, so there's the foxes, there's possums, but also I have a falcon. I have a falcon who has come 3 times. A falcon, and I've got a picture of him as well. And literally, that's like, it's magical. It's magical. And the falcon lands on this tree that's right outside my window. It's the window where I teach violin, and it's the room I'm in now. And this tree branch is like just 3 feet from the window, and he loves that tree branch. And he'll like, oh my gosh. So it's like at any given time, I can look out the window and literally even just watching the birds and the squirrels, it's like a TV show, or it's so entertaining. There's so many birds. And, I always say there's a rule, little birds in the front, big birds in the back, just, so that way they, keep it civil. But yes, anyway, yeah. So I don't even remember why I was talking about the floors in my house, but oh yes, because Chris Wilson's testimony. Yes, see, remembering. So his proffer is a true, him and Ronnie Crosby both, their testimony is really powerful. You really feel the damage, and you feel the love, and you feel that they are so hurt, but they also still love him. And that's like the saddest part of all of it. That's the saddest part of all of it. Abby.
Blanca made dinner.
Oh God, you're so.
So the 3 of us ate dinner together.
Oh dear. Yes.
Conversation around the dinner table.
No. Regular stuff.
Y'all.
I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but
Oh.
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple of medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one.
Minimizing.
She went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it,
We'll stop right there, please. And I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to.
Y'all, the important things in life. I just put a picture of the key-shaped keyhole in the Discord.
Get it, stand back, stand up. But no, I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
Oh, I need to add Snapchat. Yes.
I'm not sure. It would have been.
Man.
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have
Man,
been.
it's intense.
What time of day was that? I would have thought I had already changed.
Yeah.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it. There's some of the posts. I don't want to say.
Sorry.
It looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Look how he's sitting.
Earlier when.
I mean,
earlier when
again,
we spoke,
it takes a lot for me to notice like someone's posture. It really does. Like seriously, someone could be standing on their head, but if what they're saying makes sense to me and I'm hearing it and I'm like, it tracks, I probably wouldn't notice. But again, but look at, if you notice, he's actually like shortened in height because he's so slumped down. Like even from earlier when he was sitting in the same position, he had his arms and his legs crossed, he was still more upright. It's like he's melting into the chair. He's becoming part of the chair.
and you talked about waking up from your nap and going to check on your mother. And you tried to call Maggie, and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night.
This.
Did you go by and check on
Go by and check on my mom?
her, Maggie, before you left to go?
Yeah,
No, I
listen.
With her not responding to you, and thinking that she might ride with you, why
Yep.
didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me.
Okay. There's the number of
But maybe-
problems with this because he says in numerous times in this interview, but from every interaction and body cam, all the other interviews, I mean, that Maggie was there, to be with him and because of his dad. And yes, he's going to go visit the mom, but he does say that Maggie, he just constantly contradicts himself that, Maggie was going to come with me, but she wasn't going to come with me and blah, blah. But basically none of it makes any sense with the fact that he said he doesn't do himself a good job with that one because he sets it up as if trying to give her a purpose in being there, right? Well, the purpose that she has is to be with him and support the family. So then that doesn't track when it's like, well, then how come you didn't tell her you were leaving to go? I can increase the interview is quiet relative to everything else. I can increase the interview. I can increase it. Let me know if this helps.
She had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. It's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, or that she was going.
Yeah, and I agree with what y'all are saying. With trauma, some people do. It is funny like that because sometimes you do lose things, right? Like you don't remember what happened. Like here's a good example. Okay, good example. Blanca. When Blanca testifies, she finds out the news. This is a great example. She finds out the news. She says, "I dropped the phone," and then she's like, "I don't remember what happened after that." And then he's asking her, "Well, did you pick the phone up or did you hand the phone to her?" She's like, "I don't remember." She doesn't remember anything else for I think the rest of that morning or something. She just has no memory of anything. The last thing she remembers is dropping the phone. So, and it's you can tell that that's 100% her experience. I think it has to do maybe with people's brains because I think that people maybe are in one category or not. I could see potentially it being the case where years later or at some point Blanca remembers what happened. In other words, I think the memories are there, but the brain is blocking them out as out of self-preservation because of the trauma, right? And so I think that potentially those memories in this situation, right? In others, maybe not, but in with this situation I'm talking about with Blanca, you know, where it was traumatic, I think that she maybe could potentially recover those memories if she wanted to, but I think that other people, the brain records. My brain is in this category, the record everything. I remember everything since I was a baby, and I literally, I have a crazy memory, but especially in traumatic moments and traumatic events, literally, I remember everything. So some people's brains, I guess, kind of like protect themselves from the memories, and maybe others, they hold on to the memories and try to like understand and make sense of them. So it's like a different strategy, maybe. Like I guess my brain would be in that category where like, yeah. So anyway. That's funny, wifey. I'll think about it. Amazing. See, objection non-responsive to him.
These are just some maps I pulled off of Google.
Yeah. Look at, okay. So first of all, so now Alex is like leaned forward, like he's really interested. And I love how casually, I think David Owen is great in these interviews. He's like, here's some, I just pulled these off of Google. But also look at Corey Fleming's outfit, like his jacket. Like, it's reminiscent to me of, it's got a vibe. He's got a vibe of like the Joker, like Heath Ledger from Batman. Not like, just in terms of that jacket. I feel like that's a sport coat or whatever you want to call it. It has that type of weird vibe. It has a vibe like that to me. Or like a, what's the right word? Like a, what is the word? You know, like the people who used to peddle stuff door to door, like in the 1800s. What did they call them? Oh my God. Charlatan. Is that the word I'm looking for? Anyway, maybe, but it's an interesting jacket nonetheless. It's like got this plaid.
Did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601.
Oh, let me rewind that a second. Something important.
School, Barnville, turn left, Barnville.
Okay, he's pulling out Google Maps to ask him how he can get to his mom's, okay? Yes, exactly. Charlatan, door-to-door salesman, yes.
These are just some maps.
Carpetbagger, that type, right? That's what I'm thinking of. Snake oil, yes. I'm picturing 1800s, charlatan, snake oil, all that. Yes, exactly. You guys got it. Thank you. So check this out.
What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
All right. Here's the question. What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's? Mind you, from what we understand, there's like really only two ways. It's just which direction did he go on Moselle? I think Moselle Road, I think, is the only variable. But like there's like only one way to get there. But that would make sense because he's got two maps. Look at side by side, right? Two maps. Which route did you take to go to your mom's? That's the question.
I would have gone to
I would have gone. That to me is substantial because it takes more. Like if he's lying, like, well, we know he's lying, but subconsciously, it takes more brain effort subconsciously to insert that into this situation. It takes more brain power because the natural response to if someone says, which way did you go? And it's something where there is a very clear yes or no, like it's a repetitive thing. There, like, you know what I mean? Like this is a repetitive action. And the natural thing is to say, I went. But to insert, I would have gone, the brain is working in the background to try to like give like these little like disclaimers. Like, you know, do y'all know what I mean? Like, I don't even think he knows. I don't even think he intentionally said it. I think it's subconscious, but it's because potentially because of the whole Maggie's phone thing, right? I mean, I would have gone.
Right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
I believe I went. The other thing is, so, you know, again, to give the benefit of the doubt, like if he didn't, right, if to give him the benefit of the doubt, going with his story, if, you know, he would not have known about the murders if in going with his version when he went to his mom's, right? There wouldn't have been, from what I understand, when the memory is weird around trauma, it's usually during and right after, or like right during. From what I understand, I don't know that. I think the before, it would feel like there's a line, like there's the before the thing and after the thing. That's how I would imagine people could feel about it, especially when their memory is affected. It's like before the event and after the event. And before the event, your memory might be, it would be normal, perhaps. Oh, good night, wifey. Thank you so much for being here. It was so much fun. I hope you get to come back for another stream. It was awesome having you here. So yeah, so in other words, even if I give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, I don't know that it would be relevant because this would have been before the traumatic event, if that makes sense, Kit Smits. Also true. But also, if he's going on autopilot, he would have gone the way he always went, which would have been an automatic without thinking, right? Like for example, I don't have to think to get to the Harris Teeter across the street. That's a grocery store. You know what I mean? Like you can autopilot it. So you would only do that by going the way you always go without thinking, right? I love this as a thought exercise, though, going back and forth on this, Kit Smits. I think this is, I really just enjoy this. Love you, wifey.
You said right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
Normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Oh, I hope you get to come back to Kenny
63 into Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother that night?
How long did you go visit your mom?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't
Or
all
I
the
guess
time.
not.
I mean, visited her, you know, all times a day.
Just check on her, especially with your dad being short.
She had been having a particularly, you know, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated.
And as we know, if that's the case, you don't go and disrupt them at night when they're sleeping. We've talked about this. It doesn't make sense. You let them sleep when they're resting at night because they can wake up and be really agitated.
You know, with him not being there and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, otherwise, but several times a week, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's at night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour?
Yes, sir.
Please go.
You took her back home. Did you make any stops on the way?
On the way there,
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
When earlier in the day, when you were down at the shed in the kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No. But
He's asking if they
Gibson
talked about
told me
cash.
About the dog's tail. And somebody saying his leg was broken.
Stop there, please.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Owens's volume.
Oh, check that out, Janie. Judge Newman's like, can you turn him up?
Turn up the volume.
Okay. All right. Maybe that'll help. Not just you, Janie. The court is like, we need more sound. Oh yeah. And my favorite is the late Supreme Court text.
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail. And somebody saying his leg was broken.
His leg? No
So right
one.
here in the interview, your question was,
Weird.
did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything, did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Okay. Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. So that was kind of puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went into brick gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both.
Both. Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? to come on with, walk with me this one time?
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into riding. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels,
I think that part is actually true. That one of the only things that I ever would say, I hear Alex say this, and I think he's telling the truth. This is one of those only things, and that thing is when he says, he would have talked her into riding. I believe that makes sense to me, that she wouldn't have talked him into walking. He would have talked her into riding. That just matches up with all the testimony we hear about how dedicated she was as a mom, and that just makes sense to me.
you were just down there with Paul. And you left and went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
Super planner girl, they to answer this question here, they don't have the video yet. I believe he actually asks, I believe Metters actually asks David Owen that question at some point during this interview. At this point, what they have is they've just simply talked to Rogan, right? And they've heard Rogan's account of what happened, and they have the tree Snapchat video, but they don't have the other Snapchat video yet, because I think they were still trying to get. So they got the first Snapchat tree video. They got that because they were able to get it from Snapchat because they did like a subpoena. Remember the other Snapchat video, the one with the tail, the kennel, that never sent. It was taken, but it was never sent. So what happened with that is the video was captured by the phone, but didn't get sent because he died. So that's why when they subpoenaed Snapchat, they got the first Snapchat came out, right, with the tree. But the second one, Snapchat didn't have it because it never got sent. So the only way they could get that video was through Paul's phone. And they had not cracked Paul's phone yet at this point.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until you returned trip from visiting your mother?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. Some of the questions y'all have, they address during this, and also when the video finishes and they do direct and cross and stuff. Like, but yes, I believe David Owen says, like almost verbatim, that it's during this third interview that everything changes for them. Like, I do believe that, and before this, I do believe what they say when they say he was in the circle, they couldn't rule him out. I believe that because we know he wasn't really treated like a suspect, right? We know that. We know everyone thought he couldn't do it. We know how much leeway he was given. He really wasn't treated like a suspect. They were just kind of like, I mean, he got every type of privilege, right? And they were really treating him like, not like he's going to have the most information, obviously, because of the circumstances. But from what I can understand, and David Owen, his own like opinion, is that it was during this interview that it changed for them to where I think he even admits on the stand later on that it was at this point that they considered him a suspect. I think at the end of this interview, like maybe not initially, but then in the interview, it changed their mind about him.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
Y'all, it's heating up.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9.
Here, this is it, y'all. Y'all, this is it. Tune in, because this is where he's saying that he's confronting Alex with that. They have this information from Rogan that he talked to Paul and he heard Alex in the background. Again, this is before this is before the Snapchat, the kennel Snapchat video. They don't have that yet because they haven't cracked Paul's phone, but they just have talked to Rogan.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Again on that. Let's listen to that again.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Question, was it you? Answer, at 9 o'clock? And then he says, yes. And then Alex says, no, sir, not if my times are right. So was it you? No, not if my times are right. I mean, it's insanity. Because the times don't matter. Either you were there or you weren't there. This is my, if it were me in this interview room, that would be the moment that I'm like, ah, yes, handcuffs, please. Let's listen one more time. That is so there. That's not even like a little, like what he's been doing so far, like kind of like, lying about stuff, but exaggerating here and there and whatever, stretching. This is different. This is red flag let's listen again. One more little time.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your...
I went too far. Hold on.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him?
Okay, here we go.
No,
Yeah.
I had not.
It's insane.
The question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Hold on.
Was it you?
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
I mean, I know I was exaggerating. I know legally you can't arrest someone for that, but like that's problematic. Very problematic. And it's just going to go downhill.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir.
Oh my God. So that was, oh, we both paused it at the same time. That was David Owen giving him the benefit of the doubt. Like, can you think of anyone else who maybe has a similar voice? They could have got it confused. That was very generous of him. I just want to say, Janie, that's a fair point. However, I will say this. Here's a difference. Besides the fact that you're nonviolent and you're not a murderer, there's another difference, which is that you've made it clear to everyone here that in the chat and stuff that of how your memory works. And so someone who's, even if they're not being interviewed, right? If you're just interacting with them like we are, right, on a regular basis, but especially if you're going to be interviewed and you know that you have a memory that works a certain way, or let's say you've had, I know people who've maybe had, a traumatic brain injury, like TBI and like, stuff like that, right? Or you would tell people that, like, that would be, and it's like when they ask you, right, when you do interviews, like, do you have anything, they'll probably ask you, like, do you have medications, blah, blah, but like, they're going to ask you those questions anyway, but even if they don't, which they always would, it's clear, like, Janie, you're a great example of the difference, because you don't have any reason to tell people how your memory works, but we already knew this because we are here in the chat with you. Like, when you don't have anything to hide, you will talk openly about stuff. And so, we know that that's how your memory works. And then I know other people besides you that would say the same thing, right? And because we know that, it's different, right? Because then, if that makes sense, it's almost like they would say with, like, the behavior panel would call it baseline. It's kind of like that, where, like, if someone's baseline for their memory is like, they're not going to know times, they're not going to know dates, they're not going to remember certain things, then that's normal. But if they don't have, or if that's not their baseline, you see, there's a difference. And Alex has never established that he has any issue with memory. So. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would let them know. 100%.
When we were talking, he had asked me.
100%. If anyone in this position would let them know. I've even seen, I was watching an interrogation the other day where somebody doesn't have any issue with their memory, but they were, like, faking it. There was one of those things where they're trying to, whatever the case was, I don't even remember, but they actually lied and said, like, oh yeah, like, I have some sort of memory handicap thing, but they actually didn't. But because you would let people know that, but like an honest person, just like what we're saying here, if they were in that position, like, that would be the first thing you would think of if someone's asking you questions about anything. Like even if somebody said, okay, let's say it's not even anything important. Let's say somebody's like, hey, what did you have for lunch yesterday? And let's say you are someone who has a memory that isn't so good with dates and times, or doesn't remember certain things. And let's say someone says, hey, what did you have for lunch yesterday? You would probably say something like, well, me, I can't remember, blah, blah, right? Like, that would be your response. I hear people say stuff like that all the time. So if you would say that as an automatic response to something mundane, you would definitely say that in a situation where it's important and it's all about what you remember.
So, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However they were.
Okay, so he's saying he didn't put the dogs up. So we talked about this on the last one. I don't know if you were here for that one, Kit Smits. We went through a lot with the whole thing with the kennel and the timeline with that. It was really great. We, watching Roger Dale Davis Jr. And we were talking about the part where we learned that the dogs had GPS collars and stuff, and they had an electric fence that sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work, but they had an electric fence. And we went through this for a long time, working it out, and like, it made sense and it was plausible looking at all this information as it was coming in, that perhaps Alex So the hose is running in the second Snapchat video. You can see that the hose is there running, that perhaps he left the hose running when he killed them, used the hose to wash off, left the hose running, left the dogs out because he had to get the hell out of there and get to Alameda, and that he did put the dogs up when he got back. And the reason I see that is two things, because we hear in the 911 call, and I think they actually are about to get to this part. I believe they're about to get to this part. But we hear him say, he goes, here. And it sounds like he's talking to a dog. And in my mind, I couldn't figure it out until we watched that testimony last time. And I paid attention to what Roger Dale Davis Jr. was saying, which is that if the dogs were wearing GPS collars and they had an electric fence, he could have just left those dogs out while he left for Alameda and put them up when he came back. Abby, we will never forget about you. And thank you for always being here as well.
At one point in the 911 call, you say here. Like
Yep,
you're
this is
talking
what I
to
was saying.
somebody else or something else.
I say here.
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you said here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it but I don't recall the dog being out.
The dogs were in the wrong
Certain
places.
that there was not a dog out. There's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember.
Great point.
I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And that obviously was nobody else out there.
Okay.
And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or that Buster had information about threats, that I had said he would know.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or
What he could have done if he wanted to be smart, I'm just thinking it through my head, is if he wanted to be smart, like what he could have done is been like, yeah, like I was talking to a dog. But he would have had to say this from the beginning, but it would have been a thing of like, yeah, I just got home from my mom's. I was at Alameda. I just got home from my mom's. And I saw the dogs running out, and Maggie and Paul are killed. That would track if he's trying to be like, yeah, they were at the kennels, but if he with an alibi, right? He wasn't there. But if it's like a situation, they were at the kennels, they were with the dogs, had the dogs out, somebody else came and killed them, and Alex had no idea and went to Alameda, the dogs would still be out, right? The dogs would still be out if Maggie and Paul didn't get to put them away because they died. And so he would have been better off just saying, you know, he would have had, it's too late at this point because he already like has set himself up for failure here. But he would have had to just from the beginning be like, yeah, the dogs were out and I put the dogs up, and it was weird that they were out, right? That type of thing. And just say, yeah, I was talking to the dog. But exactly right. He said, I'm certain there was not a dog loose. It's just, yeah.
You know, there was just so many things on the internet that, you know, just but nothing new, no sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much in here that I meant to comment on this, and so I'm glad I saw that. Yeah, obviously the way he says that, obviously there was no one else there, obviously, is so interesting for so many reasons. First of all, it's, you know, again, your statements are going to be used against you, and he says things like that like so many times, right? Like, you know, obviously there's no one else there. He even on the stand, he does the same thing. He eliminates any possibility that it was anybody else. Right. And I just, so kids, so I kept operating under the assumption that I kept operating under the assumption that he had put the dogs away before he went to Alameda. But what changed, what the problem with that was that 911 call where he does say here. I mean, and there's a couple other little things in the background that are hard to make out, but that he says right before he says here, he's like stuttering. And we listened to that, but I mean, it has to be a dog. It has to. And the other thing that changed my mind too was analyzing the shit with the hose. It would make more sense that he would leave everything as it was and get the hell out of there rather than do one thing and not the other. So for example, it really does seem like he left that fucking hose running, and because there was so much water. So it would make more sense that, you know, if he was gonna take the time to put the dogs up, then he would again, I think he was trying to distance himself time wise as much as possible. So I think he didn't that's the other reason. But yes, they were hunting dogs. So they heard gunshot. They were firing fucking guns out there all the fucking time. Yeah. The gunshots would not in any way, shape, or form have bothered these dogs at all. Yeah. That house had dozens of weapons, you know. And what they said was they all talk about those, or Kenny Kinsey here coming up in the video talks about how loud these AR platform, these rifles are, like the 300 Blackout, you know, that they're so loud. So anyway, yeah, I think the dogs were very much used to that.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns in special ways, different types of munitions.
And this is another good point, Kit Smith. I don't really know, like, you know, Paul had friends out there all the time, you know, they were shooting guns. I understand what you're saying. It's sort of like differentiating if, like, you know, who's shooting the gun and who's it being shot at. I have to wonder if the dogs, if they were just so used to it with different people being around handling the guns. You know, I will say this much, where Paul was shot, and you can see it in the last episode when you look at all those pictures, where Paul was shot, the dogs would not have seen he was shot. They would have heard it, but the feed room is adjacent to the kennels, and Paul was in the feed room. So they would not have seen Paul get shot. Now, I believe they would have seen Maggie get shot. But yeah, we would need, and the other thing is, we know that not all the dogs were out. For example, we know Cash is in his crate or kennel. We know Cash is, because we see it in the video. So there's that. And then, we hear Dale Davis or Roger Dale Davis Jr. mentioned there's all these other hunting dogs too, right? There's like Armadillo and Maggie. There's other dogs. As far as we know, only Bubba was out, right? It might have only been Bubba because we hear "Come here, Bubba." The rest of them could have been in their kennels. So if Bubba is out running around, he's been chasing the chickens, the roosters, Bubba might have completely missed the killings entirely. Because that property is freaking huge. We've seen the pictures. Like if he was out there running around, he might not have even known. He might have heard the AR, the 300 blackout, but again, wouldn't have been any weird thing. But he could have potentially missed seeing his people get shot. And then the other dogs, they might have all just been in their kennels, and they would not have seen, no matter what, they wouldn't have seen Paul. But if they'd seen Mag, they couldn't react, right? They maybe bark. I mean, they were barking anyway, right? We hear barking, like they're dogs, they're barking. So I don't know. Again, it's like, if only we could have asked them, right? Because they definitely saw shit. So so essentially, if the dogs were out, it's possible that let's say all the dogs were out, then it's possible that they missed visually seeing any of it, right? Because they could have been anywhere on the property, but they would have heard it. Let's say that they were not out, and any of them or all of them, they were in their kennels, then they would have potentially seen Maggie, but they definitely would not have been able to really react to it apart from barking, if that makes sense. So, but see, I don't think so, because Bubba's in the wrong place, first of all. The dogs, let's remember, the dogs are back in the wrong places. And I'm trying to freaking remember. I can't remember. Do y'all remember if Cash was in the wrong place? Because if he was, that would mean he was let out after that video. Damn it. We're going to have to go back and look, because that's important. Was Cash in the wrong place also? That's a huge detail that no one's actually brought up. I just thought of it now. Because if Cash is in the wrong place and he was in the right place during that video, that's means he was let out after that. But let's assume Cash was in the right kennel and he stays in that kennel, right? The other dogs were in the wrong places. So, in other words, it was not Maggie that put the dogs out, because Maggie would have put them up in the right place. And then also the here in the 911 call. It just, it makes sense that he's talking to Bubba. Just, it tracks that way, because we know Bubba was out, and we know Bubba was a family, was one of the dogs that was like considered more of a family pet. There was no blood on the dogs. Pull that up. There was no blood on the dogs. Tappy Toes is what he was calling Cash, because he couldn't remember Cash's name. Yes, exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. I've always thought the same thing. And yeah, it adds to the questions that, as normal people with dogs, dog lovers, it makes it harder for us to imagine what went on, how this was dog wise, right? Because most of us with dogs, we have a dog, it lives in our house, it's part of the family. This is different. They got hunting dogs, the dogs live in a different structure than the people. They're treated kindly, but they're treated like it's just a different situation, right? They're not they don't come in the house. We hear that they don't come in the house because Buster had allergies. So the dogs don't come in their houses. They're out of the kennel. They spend a lot of time with them, but they're hunting dogs. And the other thing that makes it different, they're used to hearing gunshots all the time. So it really is hard to, in that situation, relate to those dogs the way that we're used to. But I tell you what, every time I see that picture, I believe we actually see this, the picture I'm referring to, we actually see this. Oh, that's right. I'm remembering now. We actually see it. It's pulled up when we get to Kenny Kinsey, this picture, they use this picture that I'm referring to, but there's this one picture that they show and it's from the crime scene. And you see the dogs in the kennels and it just breaks my heart because you know what those dogs just saw. I mean, that was like one of the first things when I first learned about this case and you heard about the dogs. My first natural empathetic response was like the dogs, the poor dogs. Are the dogs okay? So.
And I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, you know.
Just to refresh y'all's memory, that was a big thing in this case because Paul was shot. The first shot, we're going to hear about this with Kenny Kinsey, but the first shot was buck shot. Second shot was bird shot. And it is highly unusual and not recommended to combine your different types of shot like that in a shotgun, like in the same whatever round, like back to back, like to load it and do like one of them bird shot, one of them buck shot, and do them back to back. That's not recommended. It can damage the weapon. It can misfire, all these things. And it's like, it was a unique factor to this because Paul was known to have done this and they had found like another weapon that had been loaded like that. Like that was part of the big, and that was one of the real nails in the coffin for Alex in this case, because of the fact that that was so unusual. And Paul was known to do that. And he was shot with, as we know, he was shot with his own gun, with his own ammo that had been on his nightstand. And that gun was loaded. Paul had loaded it. So Paul loaded his shotgun with his ammo the way he usually did, which was maybe just careless or whatever, but in a way that is not normal. And then that was used to kill him. And then it just narrows it down, right? Because that was a really unique situation to have the bird shot and the buck shot in the same weapon like that. Yeah, you don't mix the loads. So yeah, I'm just looking here. So yeah, it's very, it was very telltale that it just made it more obvious which gun killed Paul, right? It was Paul's gun, right? And so,
yeah. Load for whatever you're hunting.
Right, family weapons, family guns, yes.
The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was a buckshot.
I understood that.
Okay, the turkey load. So the turkey load is birdshot. There's a bunch of fucking names for these different things, but buckshot, they're always calling it a buckshot. Okay, that's the only way people call that. Buckshot has typically 9 pellets. The birdshot has, as we'll hear Kenny testify, the literature says 156 pellets, but he's counted 151, I believe. They joke about it. But tiny little pellets, like 150 or so. But that's called birdshot. It's called turkey shot, anything like that. So when he says turkey shot, he's referring to the birdshot, just to clarify.
You had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buck shot. when Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out the ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a birdshot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a birdshot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's at in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
And yeah, Janie, that would make sense if it weren't for the fact that we know Paul did this, and we know that this was Paul's gun, and we know it was the ammo that Paul had on his nightstand, and we know Paul loaded his gun like this. So he just picked up Paul's gun, and that's how it was. Like, he did not load that gun. That's the point. He didn't load that gun. Paul had loaded that gun, left it loaded. Alex just picked it up and used it. And I
want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on,
so he's talking about when he went back to the house and put the gun while he was on phone.
I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was going
Yes.
to keep guns down at the kennels.
They were, from what I understand, the shotguns,
Have you
yes.
Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have no idea. It looked like the video froze. It could have even just been the court TV, like, stream when this aired. I was telling somebody about that, how sometimes, like, you know, these are videos from live streams, but sometimes when they aired, they fucked up. So, yeah, I saw, it looked like it glitched. It looked like it glitched, but I don't know that if that was StreamYard, or I don't know. It could have even been, again, it could have been court TV when this actually aired. I really don't know, but it looks like it's okay now.
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump?
He's sinking even more into that chair.
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and the person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said Benelli's black, Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2. of those, one of which was lost, 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that
Paul lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those.
Okay.
And that's, we talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
We're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now, that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, okay, cool.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kitsmits. I have music books that have people's names written in them. I don't even know who these people are. Like, I don't even know where they came. These books, some of them came from. Yeah. Having said that, with guns, there are legal. Like, I obviously, I've never. From what I understand, you have to have it registered and shit. Like, you're supposed to keep track of that, right? Like, you have to have permits and you have to. Like, yeah, I know, right? I don't think there's any gun owners in this chat. So as far as answering this question, 100%, like from what I understand, what they're talking about here is the ATF or AF, the firearms people. I think it's ATF. There's people who are in charge of that, and you're supposed to like register, like to own a weapon, right? It's illegal. From what I understand, it is illegal, like to have it if it's not registered. Like it has to be registered. They all have like serial numbers so they can be tracked. I'm trying to think of something to compare it to, but I can't think of anything. But it's almost like a car has a VIN number. They have like their number and they have to be registered. So I guess similarly to a car. But they have to have records of that. And then if you're going to fire it, you have to have a permit. Right. So, but what he's saying is what was funny about these guns was because something wasn't finalized with that bill of sale. It didn't get, that replacement never got like registered properly and accounted for with, is it the ATF? The firearms, the national firearms, the branch of the government that deals with the firearms, whatever. I feel like it's ATF, but I could be wrong. What do they call it? The alphabet soup people. So I actually paused it though, because I was thinking about these dogs, and it's not lost on me the significance of the dogs with this stuff, because remember Gloria Satterfield and the whole thing. Alex blames the dogs. Gloria tripped up the stairs over the dogs. The dogs tripped her. Again, these dogs, if these dogs could talk and the shit these dogs have seen and the blame these dogs have taken, it's immense. It's not lost on me for sure.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
Okay.
And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells and multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
Did y'all hear that? He just said, so Paul's guns were used. I've watched this countless times. It is hard to hear, just to like Janie, like evident of the fact that I've never heard him say that until now. This is the first time I've caught that. It's just hard to hear. He says, so Paul's guns were used. So he's just confirming that, like, these were Paul's guns. He just said that. Hold on. Let me rewind that, because like that's a big deal. And I missed it. I missed it until now.
That match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
So that would mean Paul's guns were used.
Okay.
Yes.
And missing.
And missing. Oh my gosh. I literally hadn't caught any of that before. He says, so that would mean Paul's guns were used. And Agent Owen says, yes. Long pause. And missing. Hold on. Hold. One more time.
And I understand somebody had seen that gun recently.
Hold on.
And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gets another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns
Sure.
were used?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Long pause.
And missing.
And missing.
And I understand somebody had seen that gun recently.
I mean, you can tell, here's what I get from this. David Owen didn't think it was Alex, like we said at the beginning. Didn't want to believe it was him. If anything, Alex had the fairest, well, not only was he treated with white gloves, right, the day of, but he was given, if anything, the type of benefit of the doubt that we would hope everyone would get, which is that they actually thought he was innocent, right? Like, legit, that's how it should be. That literally, you can see it here. They waited until they had all these pieces to be like, maybe you're a suspect. And like at this point, I think it's starting to sink in, and we're watching it sink in. Everyone in this room is experiencing something. Although I think that Corey Fleming's kind of checked out. I think who knows what he's doing over there. But everyone else, apart from him, they're all having this experience at the same time, which is this realization. Like, I think it's sinking in for the detectives that he did this. It's starting to sink in. And I think it's starting to sink in for Alex that he's a suspect. So in other words, everyone's experiencing this notion of it sinking in that maybe he's a suspect, including him. So I think they're all, but collectively. And so it's like the detectives, it's like sinking in. And then consequently for Alex, he's seeing that they are putting it together. But they're not confrontational, right? I mean, this just really gives so much credibility to David Owen and to this process, because, he was treated, again, as it should be, right? Like, as if he was innocent. They actually thought that. And they are not confrontational. They're not they really waited until there was no other way, right? Until it was like literally last resort. We've tried. We can't find anybody else. All the pieces are coming together. We all have to start confronting the fact that maybe you did this, including us. Like, I feel like they're having to say that to themselves, right? Because again, it was so hard to accept. And I'm just reading. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, frontier colonies. Right. That's a good point about that. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing, guns. I mean, it is a big part of a lot of people's culture and stuff. I don't, it's not for me. Maybe a squirt gun.
Recently, but and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020.
When did y'all?
No, because that
no.
was
It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas is 17. So it was the
Look
Halloween
at Alex.
after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There was and I don't. It would take me a while to find those.
He
notes,
looks like
but,
he's turning pinker.
Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend, and I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I knew it had been a while.
And then I think in April of 19 is when. April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January
Okay,
17
okay.
is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and I had been convinced that this was something to do with the boat wreck and, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Did they ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had had too much to drink. And it was a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or at a stove?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent?
No, sir. It had been a while.
So I just wanted to chime in real quick. I believe that. I 100% believe that they were never violent with each other. I think that was all very genuine. And we discussed the I should have known thing on the other last episode where we went over the 911 call, because in my opinion, it sounds there like he's trying to bait them into being like, because at that point he hadn't mentioned the boat case. And it sounded to me like he was trying to bait them by being like, There's like, first of all, it sounded like he was trying to fill the silence because he didn't know what to do. And there was like just silence. And then it sounds like he was trying to bait them into being like, you should have known what? And then that way you'd be like, oh, the boat case, right? But yeah, you can always go back, anyone that's watching this now. If you didn't catch that, I highly recommend. By the way, I've put timestamps. Sometimes YouTube, the scrolly bar, they don't load, and sometimes they'll load and then they'll go away. I don't understand it. It happens to other channels too. It's not just my channel, but you know, they'll have timestamps and then on the scrolly bar, and then sometimes they go away. But I have timestamps in the description. Those don't go away. So I would highly recommend, if you're listening to this now and you did not watch part 6, I would recommend the beginning of the live stream. We break down this 911 call in a lot of detail, and then we also do some of like the body cam footage and some of the first interview. And then also I would highly recommend watching the Roger Dale Davis Jr. part, because we go over a lot of these details with the kennels and the dogs and the hose and the timeline and all that. But yeah.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up, and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
So what I see what's happening here is David Owen has a list of all of the weird things, the red flags, the inconsistencies, the same thing that we all made a list of, from the 911 call, from the interview, the first interview, all the weird shit, right? And he's going down the list and confronting Alex with it. And then again, this is again, they're all collectively experiencing this sinking in, this realization of he's a suspect. I think the energy, if I could have been in that room, right? Like it must have been insane, right? The energy in that room, because they must all have pits in their stomachs at this point, right? Maybe not Corey Fleming. I don't know if he's even paying attention, but you know, and so he just was asking about that business with the phone, right? The phone popping out, and Alex just says nonsense statements, and I think they're about to get to that actually.
Yeah,
100%. There was no TV going on here. 100%. It was not.
You got anything real quick?
Going back to when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean,
real quick, credit where credit is due. I have to make a correction. I said that there would only be maybe one truthful thing Alex ever said. I have to correct it. It's 2 now. I can tell you. So the first thing where I'm like, this was a truthful statement from him, felt truthful, was the part about how, if anything, Paul would have convinced Maggie to ride with him to get to the kennels. That felt very genuine and truthful. Second thing was this about that they never got violent. I think he answered that honestly. And it's great as a comparison, right? He's like, yeah, no, there was never any violence. But the way you can tell, I almost wish I could go back, because part of the reason why that comes across as really honest and genuine is because he then follows it with a joke and says, referring to Maggie, although I'm sure she wanted to with all of us, as in get violent with all of us, which is just that's a very normal thing to say as a joke in this situation. Like when you've got your mom and you've got 2 boys and they're on the farm, it just makes sense. But then that contrasts with everything else, right? And how he answers everything else. Like this question here about how long did you have dinner? I mean, it just should not be that hard, right? If you don't know, you say, I don't know. It was dinner. But the thing is that every way he answers it is just, it's just, if you don't know or you don't remember, it's just, you wouldn't answer it like this. So it doesn't compute or feel genuine.
It wasn't any long drawn out dinner, you just.
I mean, just a guess. You said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
Exactly. Well, yes, exactly. Corey Fleming's checked out, and that's so y'all are picking up on what I was saying. That's why I'm like, yeah, the three of them are experiencing this phenomenon, and they all have pits in their stomachs right now. It's just got to be so intense, and Corey Fleming's just not. He's just checked out. Yeah, 100%. And absolutely, every attorney knows. Like, look, y'all know LawTube. Like, I have learned, it's been beaten into my brain. Oh gosh, no, sorry. It's been beaten into my brain. No matter what, don't talk to the police. If they say anything to you and try to talk to you to have you come in, it doesn't matter if you don't, it does not matter. This is what I've learned. It doesn't matter. All you need to know is one word: lawyer. That's the one word you need to know. And the lawyer is supposed to not let you talk. I mean, obviously they can't technically stop you, but like a good lawyer would advise you not to talk, right? Or they would have stopped this a long time ago. He's free to leave at any point. And eventually he does walk out of this interview. That's how it ends. But he is free to leave at any point. And in fact, we haven't even gone to the part yet where, Corey Fleming eventually pops back in and tries to intervene. He comes back to life here briefly. And then Alex just again plows right over him. He's like, no, that's fine. I'll talk about it. Like, in other words, even like the number of chances that he knows he's free to leave, but the number of chances where he could have like even just listened to his attorney or just like whatever, and he just is still like going. But yeah, absolutely. And he's letting Alex feel the silence. All of this. Oh my gosh. I know. 100%. That's for Abby would appreciate that. Abby, I hope you're listening. If you're listening, look at Janie's comment I have on the screen.
15, 20 minutes. However long it takes to. Best guess.
okay.
Correct. And the other thing, correct. That interview bothers me because they should have stopped it, in my opinion. And this is where there's a number of interviews like this where somebody says something like, well, do you think I should have a lawyer? Blah, blah. Like, yes, we know that you really should be assertive about it. However, okay, in Canada, for example, first of all, everyone is read their Miranda rights, whether they're a suspect, whether like there's this whole thing in the US about this, right? Because everyone varies. Like there's no hard, fast rule. Like we know you have to be read your rights if you're being like taken into custody and shit. But like, oh, hi, Abby. Yes. But like, in other words, when it's a non-custodial interview, right? Like there's a whole thing strategy of like, well, we don't want to read them their rights because then they'll think they're suspects. So then they won't talk. And when do you read them their rights and blah, blah. And it's like, in Canada, everyone's read their rights. And I agree with this for a number of reasons. First of all, the Miranda, which is your right to remain silent, You have a right to an attorney and you have a right to remain silent. That applies to all of us. As we all are here existing and breathing, we have that right. We have those rights. We all have those rights. We don't have to be arrested. We don't have to be interviewed to have those rights. We all have those rights now. Okay? This is important. Once you waive those rights, you cannot get them back. I repeat, once you waive those rights, you cannot get them back. And so in Canada, I agree with their approach, which is they read Miranda to everybody. And I agree with that because, again, A, these rights apply to everyone. They should all know their rights. B, it destigmatizes it. So that it's fucked up that they're only going to read you Miranda when they're about to, like, they're going to advise you of your rights when it's too late, right? That type of thing, right? So it's like everyone should be privy. And I wish in general, hi, through Planner Girl, I wish in general everyone had more, as part of why I love LawTube, like, people need to know their rights. And these rights apply to all of us now. And once you waive those rights, you can't get them back. And that's with any rights, by the way, when it comes to the law and government. And so the other thing about Canada, so again, they're going to read Miranda, whether, doesn't matter if you're a suspect, doesn't matter the nature of the interview, they always read, they're going to read it. I think that's great. The other thing is that if you say the word lawyer, even if it's like, should I have a lawyer? I think I, like, in other words, the way Hannah does it, Gutierrez Reed, if you say the word lawyer, it doesn't have to be, I want a lawyer. If you say the word lawyer, they have to stop that interview. And here's the other thing they do. They have lawyers present on site, ready to go. So this is huge because in the US, if you exercise that right, which is what you should do, remember, everyone always exercise your rights, don't waive your rights, okay? Doesn't matter. Just everyone. If you say that, then the reaction is, well, okay, well, now you have to go find a lawyer and blah, blah. It's like the way that they say it and the way that it should be is you have the right to have a lawyer present, right? Well, that means the lawyer should be able to be present. And then you can decide if you want to continue the interview or not. So it's fucked up to then not be able to offer them a lawyer, right? I mean, it just makes sense to me. So, oh, wow. I'm just reading what Abby said here. Yeah, that's messed up. So anyway, in Canada, if somebody exercises that right and they say the word under any context, they stop the interview and they have someone available. They have people, like public defenders or whatever. They have people available like that can come there now and then help them decide what to do next if they want to continue the interview or whatever the case may be. So it's follow through. Like, it just makes sense. If you're we've established we have these rights, that we are allowed to exercise these rights. So it makes no sense to then say, well, okay, you've exercised your right, but like, sorry, we can't. It doesn't mean anything because there's no lawyer here, right? Does that make sense? So anyway, I always think about that because I think that Canada's got it right with all that, with how that works. Their rules on that, but yes, just in general, remember the right to remain silent, the right to an attorney, all of these rights, we all have them at all times right now until we choose to waive them. Right? And once you waive them, you cannot get them back. Yes, exactly. Sorry, this is exactly what I was saying. This is exactly what I was saying. This is a problem. There's the stigma. There's also a stigma that innocent people will talk. There's so many stigmas that what would an innocent person do? What would a guilty person do? If somebody says lawyer, they're guilty. No. And that's what I say. I appreciate Canada because by making it so that everyone's read Miranda and by lowering the bar that if the word lawyer is said at all, the interview stops. and then following up by that by providing them a lawyer, they have destigmatized this whole thing in Canada, that it's related to being guilty. In Canada, it's more like, what's the right word? It's standard practice. It's like either someone's not going to do an interview, or they do an interview and they're going to have a lawyer. Like it's normal. It's normal. So I think that's just so important. And every time I hear somebody comment, like, if you see like freaking people commenting on sometimes on like, not that I'm ever in these chats, but if I ever am pulling up like even doing this, right? For example, like I had to pull up the court TV feed before I full screen it. It's going to show the chat replay, right? And there's so many people who say that exactly. They say, well, if they asked for a lawyer, so they're guilty. And the number of people who believe that astonishes me. And this is why, again, it's so important. LawTube has changed a lot of things because so many more people are educated, but there's still so many more people that need to be educated. Because if you know anything, what you know is, again, it doesn't matter. Lawyer. And if you need to, however assertive you have to say it, depending on the detective, if you have to say it explicitly, clearly, without the word dog, which is fucked up, however you have to say it, right? I was watching an interrogation. This was a couple months ago. I couldn't even finish it because it made me sick to my stomach. This was, I don't remember. This is not a well-known case, but it was a situation where there was a family, there was like a sister and a brother, and they were like maybe young teenagers or something like that. And like, I don't remember who was shot. Somebody was shot, a friend, a brother. But basically the situation was such that, I don't remember exactly, but let's just say like something like the brother was the suspect, right? And the sister, they knew she didn't do it. I don't know why they knew like she was a witness. She witnessed a traumatic thing. Like I think she either walked in, like she found the body. I think that's actually what it was. Okay, hold on, I'm remembering it now, bits and pieces. Like she walked in and found the body of like her brother murdered or something like that. And check it out. Talk about memory, right? She describes it as to the detectives that she was confused as to why there was like someone had spilled Kool-Aid everywhere and didn't clean it up. That was blood. She was referring to the blood. In her mind, she couldn't process it as blood. She thought it was Kool-Aid. So as they're talking to her about this, she's not even registering that somebody died, even though she walked in and found the body. She keeps talking about the Kool-Aid and trying to clean up the Kool-Aid. And so in other words, she's a witness. But she was not there when the crime happened, but she found the body, but she's not a suspect. This is my point. She's a victim. Okay. I'm trying to articulate myself here. She's essentially a victim and a witness in this situation. She's not a suspect. Okay. They're interviewing her. Yes, exactly. Super player girl. They're interviewing her because she's the one who can give the information that they need about the person who did it, which was like the other brother. Again, I can't remember if there was two brothers or what, but it was like a friend or a family member, somebody that was, she was really close with. And she was with them. Like they committed the crime. She walked in, found the body, and then she saw that person who did it. And like, I'm trying to remember, she saw them like do something weird with their shoes. And then they were like, oh, I'm going to try to help you with this and that. There were some things that happened, but she couldn't put it together. And her brain had blocked out the body and saw the blood as Kool-Aid. Okay. So this is a victim, a witness. She's in this interview room because they need more information so they can arrest the dude who did it. And I'm telling you guys, I couldn't finish watching it because it made me so upset. I saw exactly the problem with interrogations. I understand sometimes. Yes, we all love it when we see someone get, when justice is served, right? However, I think there needs to be more emphasis, first of all, on people understanding their rights, for point blank. Second of all, I think there needs to be more thought given into how they're conducted, because What I'm about to tell you is the reason of why I have problems with how sometimes these are conducted, okay? Because we all know they will use manipulation, blah, 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 okay? So here's what I'm saying. You have this victim. She's wrapped in a blanket in this interview, still talking about the Kool-Aid. She has no idea her brain cannot access what happened, okay? This is what I witnessed in this is their strategies at work, but you can see how it works on someone who's completely innocent. And this is the point. So because she can't fill in the blanks for them the way they want her to, because she literally doesn't remember. Oh my God, it makes me so mad. I can barely even get the words out. They do that thing that you see them do with guilty people, which is they ask her a question several times and she's not able to answer it. And they keep asking her. It's that thing where it's like, you want them to leave you alone about it. Like she literally didn't have the answer, right? But they kept wanting her to give them this is so fucked up. They kept wanting her to give them the answer. So they kept asking her. Until eventually they say it a little bit more suggestively. And then you see it in real time, her making stuff up to appease them so they'll stop asking her. And because she's failing them, like, they're like, but you were there, you saw it, which is true, right? But she doesn't know because she was so traumatized. And she's sitting there in this like space blanket and like talking about the Kool-Aid. And like literally, they just keep asking her. There was this one question about something, I can't fucking remember. It had something to do with somebody drinking something. And she literally couldn't remember, but they ask her enough times. And then eventually she makes something up, like my lips were chapped and I'm trying. You watch her start putting in information and making it up to appease them. And they're doing that with someone who they know is innocent. It makes me so upset. I had to stop. I mean, honestly, it's like I've blocked that. That was such an upsetting interview that there's things that I'm sure I had to just turn it off. But yes, it was a really good example of how it was. Anyone who's like, yeah, only guilty people need lawyers. Those people, I mean, I don't remember what this interview was called, but if they see this interview is the poster child. Because here's the thing. You're watching an innocent person who's traumatized, who's a victim, whose brother was just murdered. She found the body. They're keeping her in this interrogation room for hours, and they're using the same strategies on her. And they're manipulating her into saying things that aren't true. And they're not giving her any you're watching them, you're watching the misinformation, you're watching the gaslighting, you're watching the manipulation, and you're watching it happen to someone who is so traumatized they don't even know what's going on. And this is an innocent person who could potentially have said something that was self-incriminating, or at the very least, best case scenario, said things that were incorrect because she was making it up literally on the spot. You watch it in real time, her making these things up to try to get them to stop to feel like she successfully answered the question because they just keep asking. How is that justice for anybody, right? And that's the point, right? That was an innocent person. An attorney could have shut that down and said, give her some fucking time. I mean, my God, like anything they gleaned from that wouldn't have even been usable because it couldn't have been accurate. She literally had no clue. She like black. It was a black hole for her. And, again, maybe years down the line, she'll have those memories will come back to her. But this was literally right after. This was like the shooting happened at like after school. You remember they were like teenagers. So like 3, 4 in the afternoon. This was like 6 o'clock or something, right? It was like right after. Anyway, And the other thing, from what I recall, is the parents, there was something about the parents weren't really involved. And she was still like a 15 or 16-year-old, but she was basically acting as a parent. So she was kind of like the protective over that brother that was killed. And anyway, so that interview right there, though, will put an end to this thought of, if you're innocent, it's okay to talk. Only guilty people need lawyers. And also it will show you in no uncertain terms some of the problems with these techniques that can be employed. Sometimes you have people that are brought into an interview and the cop doesn't say anything and they just start talking. That I'm fine with that. The person just talks, they just say stuff, you know, and even in this situation, Alex does he does their job for them. They do not manipulate. I mean, this is a great example of where literally they are on the same page of not wanting it to be him. They're not manipulating him. They are not being aggressive. Literally, this is a great example of this. Like I said before, they're treating him like he's innocent, which is how it should be. And but a lot of times you see these interviews where you know, and again, I love the behavior panel, but you know, you hear them talk about the interviewing techniques and in a way, okay, like in a situation where it's like, you know, CIA and like espionage and, you know, counterterrorism. And I don't know, that's a whole other world. I don't really know, but you know, like when they've got captive, what do you call it? You know, the capture people. What is the word? You know, and then they're doing all that to try to get information. What's the word? Anyway, because sometimes they talk about that stuff, but that maybe is one thing. I don't even know. But in terms of what we're talking about here with interviews for, you know, law enforcement and whatnot, I don't know. And then I have a whole problem on a whole other ethical level with hypocrisy and manipulation and lying, like how they're allowed to lie. Anyway, but I'm not going to go off on a tangent. But what I will say is this. I appreciate that these detectives with him don't do any of these things. They're not manipulating him. They're not lying to him. They are, everything they're doing is completely ethical, above board, honest. I'm talking about like, kids, I'm talking about like when, oh my God, what's the word? Like in this, what is the word? Like CIA type, like when they capture people, like we've got your guy, like, you know, and they hold them captive. How am I not thinking of this? You know, and then it's like trying to get information about the government, right? And then they're like gonna, you know, they're gonna, like if you're a spy, right? And then like, oh my God. It's like when they talk about on the behavior panel, what do they say? Like resistance to interrogation techniques. They're teaching that to the situation, to the people I'm talking about, right? The people who would be in a position where they need to know how to resist those maneuvers because they're likely to encounter that. And they're likely to be perhaps tortured as well. You know what I'm like, spy people? Anyway, my brain is so rattled thinking about how unethical and problematic it is with that interview I was referring to. So yeah, and torture, you know, like we're talking about like, you know, spies and like prisoners of war and whatever. There's a word and I can't think of the word. Yes, and you have to have, that's true. And it varies by state, Janie. Here, sometimes I think you just have to be over 16. Others it's 18. But there are laws about that where you have to have a parent or a you know, guardian or a lawyer if you're a minor. Yeah, espionage. Yeah. You know, there's some people who have these jobs, right? In like counterintelligence or whatever, where they almost expect that someone's going to potentially capture them and then try to get secrets about the government from them, right? And then they have to resist the interrogation. And, you know, I guess in my mind, I'm thinking of like movies where there's usually torture or whatever. But anyway, that's maybe a little bit of a different situation in terms of, yes, I think at that point, strategy is maybe important because your life is on the line. You know, I don't know. But anyway, I guess what I'm saying is like when you watch like the behavior panel, they're talking about techniques, but it can get a little bit confusing because there's these techniques that they're talking about, like law enforcement with a custodial or non-custodial interview, right? Someone's not even a suspect, and and then they're also weaving in these techniques that are like these resistance to interrogation that they use with like CIA and shit, right? But like those are two completely different and situations. So I would say any techniques that you're using for the like high level spy shit, maybe you don't need to employ that like in regular daily life doing interviews. Yeah, Google. Thank you. It's like my brain is just can't think of the word.
Just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had on that day you didn't see any long guns, rifles, or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say gun, is it rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both?
Okay. Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
So it wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul.
Oh, that's cool, Kitsmits. I did not know that you were also a fiction writer. Yeah, enhanced interrogation techniques. Yes. There's the read technique. Exactly. Yes. Conduct after capture. Yes, Kitsmits. Exactly. Counterintelligence. Yes, all that. You guys are on the right track. Also, I was going to say we did a good job earlier remembering the word charlatan. Yeah, counterintelligence. Exactly. Resistance to interrogation. All that. Yes. And Chase Hughes. Yes. Yes. All that. You guys are great. So yeah. Yeah, and just again, in my mind, we're talking about people conducting an interview after a capture, right? Spy shit. If it's Greg, that's right. If we're employing those same techniques on like your everyday folks, that that are innocent, that are innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. Maybe we need to reevaluate, right? And maybe take an approach like more like this, right? Where in this case, it was likely because of privilege and whatnot that they thought he was innocent. However, I don't even care. It's more important that they treat you like you're innocent, in my opinion, whether it's because of privilege, whether it's because of whatever the fuck, wizardry, I don't even care. Like, treat them. It's more important, above all, that people are treated like they're innocent when they're still innocent. So anyway, that's all about that.
On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
What did Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing. We go.
Okay.
Is that always how it's always?
I keep myself honest. This is the third truthful statement that I have heard from Alex Murdaugh. I believed what he just said here. And you can, the way he says it, it's so different than everything else. How you know it's truthful. He says about Paul, about sports, he goes, that wasn't his thing. Here, let me show it one more time. Third truthful statement.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
What did Paul go with y'all?
You know.
Here we go. Here we go.
He didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing. We go.
Did you see how he said that? The hand gesture and the pause. That was a truthful statement. Paul wasn't into sports. He liked hunting. I think that is 100% the case. That wasn't his thing. Every kid has their thing. Every kid has things that aren't their things. This makes perfect sense to me. Well, and yes, I'm talking about just like genuinely truthful statements, like point blank, right? Like offered just as truthful statements. And yes, the read technique. I mean, yeah, I just think that some places have actually kind of moved away from the read technique, actually, because of the issues. Hi, fire system. New layout. Oh, okay. New layout. So I will say, you're probably referring to the fact that there's no EDB. This is because day 16 of the trial, she was having like weird, like tornado watch or something, bad weather in Tennessee, and her feed was like all fucked up. And so for day 16, I'm just using the court TV feed. So that's what you're probably noticing. It's not that it's a new layout. It's that this is not EDB. But that's interesting if you like that. Pull that up here. So I appreciate the feedback. I mean, we don't have to. I mean, you know, I love EDB. I'm happy to not use. Just y'all let me know what you like. Okay. I do understand. Like, you do get to see more, right? When it's not, because sometimes with EDB, you know, it's a smaller screen. But yeah. So but that's why day 17 we do have her again, EDB again. What's the peace method, Kit Smits? But yeah, I was going to say I have heard some people say that they actually are moving away from the read technique because of the fact that they've seen that it can get an innocent person to confess to something they didn't do, which we know happens. You like this a lot better. Okay. Thank you so much for your input. Yeah, y'all let me know. I mean, again, I obviously no surprise. I love EDB. I couldn't love her. But if you guys, thank you, Kitsmith is researching for me. If you know, if you all see that it's beneficial, it's a bigger screen. It might be easier to read the comments or the banner because there aren't additional comments. That's another thing. I mean, I hadn't thought of that until now. Fire system, you've sparked a whole conversation. I appreciate you because I hadn't even thought about this. Yeah, and that's the other thing, you know, her legal input. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the other reason. Also, she's hilarious, but her legal input, yeah. I mean, it is tough because sometimes when I'm editing these videos, you know, like it's hard because she's giving commentary during it as it's happening live. So sometimes she'll be giving commentary and she doesn't know that something important is happening, which is understandable, right? Like when you're doing it live, it's different if you're doing commentary and it's not live and you know what's coming. But, you know, sometimes it's like hard because I feel like it's easy to miss something that's being said. Because you can't always predict when something important is coming in trial, right? Obviously. Preparation, planning, engage, explain, account, closure, evaluate. Interesting. Right. Exactly. And that's the other, it's a tough one, right? Because that's also why it's fun to watch, because it's a reaction in real time. Right? But also sometimes you end up missing stuff. And you know, when I'm editing these videos, sometimes I go back, I'm like, oh God, that was really important. You really can't hear it at all. But I'm really curious about this peace thing. This is another interrogation strategy. It sounds friendlier than the read technique. I mean, also it's called peace. And as far as a poll goes, I don't know how I can do that on StreamYard. Let me think. No, I have to do that through YouTube. And I just don't know that. I don't know. I think y'all can just let me know and we can just talk through the input. Because it's really a situation where there might not be, you know, there's pros and cons, right? So I don't know that it's even that easy to even just vote. I don't know. But regardless of that, I don't want to fuck up the stream by trying to open up a YouTube tab because, you know, I have StreamYard open. So so y'all can just let me know your input and we'll decide together, you know, what we like best. Or maybe it's just we do combo. Yeah. Oh, and you just said combo. I didn't see that. Right. Editing headache. Okay. So is this more of a way of preparing for an interview? Is this like preparing for an interview versus conducting it? That's what it kind of sounds like. Okay. Thank you. Kitsmits. Awesome. Here, let me pull this up so people that are listening know what we're talking about. Prep and plan. This is the piece. Okay. This is the piece technique, PEACE, which stands for preparation and planning, engage and explain, account, closure, evaluate. Kitsmits is doing all this for us. Prep and plan, make written interview plan. Basically doing your homework regarding the interviewee and the situation, pulling it up as I read it. Engage and explain, engage the individual, use active listening. Active listening, by the way, well, that would be a scroll tangent. Let's keep going. Use active listening to establish a rapport, explain the reasons for and objectives of the interview and routines / expectations of the process. Great. I think it's very important in life to have reasonable expectations. Establishing those are very important. Active listening, again, is a whole other show. But yes, interviewers should encourage the individual to state anything they believe is. This so far sounds very much in line with my idea of how it should go. Like what you started here, Kitsmits. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like 100%. Encourage the individual to state anything they believe. And this would be when they choose to talk, right? Anything they believe is relevant. It's coming from the individual. And that's the difference. If it comes from the individual, to me, it's different than when it's elicited or contrived or forced out by the detective. Completely different when it's just the individual. Yeah. So this sounds good. This sounds like a good thing. Let's see what Abby's saying. Yeah. So the date we will have EDB. It'll be easy. This video after we finish day 6, it does have EDB. They're back to back. This is the perfect, and it's for Kenny Kinsey. Kenny Kinsey is with EDB. So this will be a great opportunity to compare, and then y'all can weigh in too further if you think of more things, because you'll see it back to back. And again, that's how it happened in this video, because I couldn't use the EDB for day 16. I had already saved all of it, which is hours. I was already going through it. And after many, many, many hours, I was like, this is unusable. So I deleted all of it and then redid the whole thing with the court TV feed. But day 17 is with EDB. Use short. Yeah. Great. This sounds very good. Use appropriate questions and active listening to get the subject's account. Yeah. Use short questions free of jargon. Avoid. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like the way a therapist would be, right? They don't talk, they listen, and they use short questions free of jargon. And and basically they're not going to say anything leading. So I think that, and if I had to summarize it, there's an emphasis on listening more than talking as far as the investigator or whatever. Listen, don't talk. I think this sounds great, Kit Smits. I really am so glad you found this. This gives me hope. Plan to avoid abrupt and summarize the person's account. Yeah. This sounds just like a therapy session, right? Because essentially, a therapist, they'll listen, and then after you've said, a certain amount of things, right, they're going to summarize it to show that they heard and understood you. They're just going to say, okay, so, if I'm understanding correctly, this is blah, 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 and they summarize it and then allow that person to ask questions or clarify. Isn't that interesting? To me, I'm seeing a lot of similarities. And then evaluate, assess how subject's account fits with the investigation, determine if this sounds like the way. It's very much like, and it makes sense, right? What if let's think about, what if these police detectives, what if they took more of an approach like a therapist? I have no doubt it would be better results. It would definitely be better for justice. I will say that much. But I think also they're going to get, it's just more appropriate. And I think they're going to get, any information they get would be more accurate, and it would feel less icky to me as well. I think it's the way to go, though. 100%. Again, it's different if you're dealing with espionage and shit like that, because everyone's, it's just a different thing. But yeah. So I'm pulling up this comment here. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that input. Yeah, and that's the other thing is I tend to not, if she says something, I tend to not, I'll just be I agree. I try to not make it redundant, but I understand what you're saying. I will say that I don't know how I would make that happen, because that sounds like technical wizardry. And I don't have a magic wand. However, what I will say is that I not only have I watched this particular trial with the EDB version many times, I've heard as y'all know, this is my favorite trial. I've heard it broken down by every attorney imaginable, right? So if I was putting it together with just like the court TV feed or whatever, I haven't, as I'm hearing things, I have information that I've learned previously from watching them. What I will say is this, because I have so much familiarity with this trial and also with just, I have learned a lot about the law. I've actually studied a lot about the law. I've had times where I've considered going to law school. I know I'm a music teacher, but my dad also, he had a PhD in music, and he went to law school when he was in his 40s. And he and I were very similar, and everyone always said the same thing to me that they said to him, which is, if you weren't a violinist, you should be a lawyer. I've studied a lot, like, but all that to say that with this trial specifically, I don't think that there's anything I wouldn't be able to. I'm not going to explain a legal thing unless I know for a fact. Like, I'm not going to make something up. I'm sure y'all know that by now, right? So I feel confident, and that's why I'm doing it. Like, I feel confident that y'all can ask me a question and I can answer it accurately. Not because I'm a lawyer, right? Obviously, but because I have spent so much time, and y'all already heard me talk about my memory too, right? But I've spent so much time learning from these other attorneys and how they explain it. And I've also done a lot of my own research. If I don't know something, I will look it up, obviously. But apart from that, I don't know how to have like things handy for a reference like that. I'm not quite sure how I would make that happen. But I feel, I talk about the law where I feel confident that what I'm saying is accurate. And if I don't, if I don't know it, I don't talk about it. Right. So, and part, y'all know I'm a teacher, right? So it's the type of thing where it's like, you can only teach information that you understand to be true. So anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but yes, I hear what you guys are saying. Oh, thank you. I'm shocked that anyone even cares about my, like, part of the reason I started it out the way I did was because it never occurred to me anyone would care what I had to say. So I still feel very surprised by that. So that's part of why I thought that what I had to offer is the fact that, like, I know the trial really well and can therefore clip together like an EDB, 9-hour day, and I can clip it to where all the most important parts are. Like, that's kind of what I thought I had to offer. I'm shocked that anyone cares what I have to say. But if y'all would rather have me comment on it, like, I'm happy to do it. But yeah, that's true. I know it's right. Exactly. That's exactly true. Yes. We're all lay people going through it together, and we all, exactly, 100%. Yes, 100%. So you guys are awesome. It's very relevant because there's going to be a part coming up in the Kenny Kinsey part with EDB. This is a great example of where having the EDB feed for this particular part that we'll get to is unmatched, and it couldn't have been any other way. And you'll see when we get there. And that's an example where it really having her reaction to certain things is priceless. And honestly, for me, I think part of it too with EDB, I'm just thinking about it, is I think I tend to leave in more of the stuff where she does funny, like her funny thing, like her reactions to things that are funny, or like the goat, or like her, I don't know, the funny stuff. Because she actually explains a lot more, and I cut most of that out. Because, either she's already explained it earlier in the video, or I've explained it, or whatever. But Anyway. Okay, let's keep going so we can get to Kenny Kinsey.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No. I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
I can relate. Not into sports ball.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines.
This is what I was referring to earlier.
We've talked about you.
About how it's interesting that he tries to fudge when he left work, you know? He tries to say he left work earlier.
Can't quite remember what the times
Yes.
are, what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
Your question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about. I think that's probably about right. And so, what do you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my
That's
mind around it when
interesting.
I'm asking you what.
That's Alex getting confrontational. So what's interesting here is he was the first one to get confrontational, not the cops. They're confronting him with information, but they're not getting confrontational. That was a confrontational response on Alex's part, saying, so you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer.
What time you went to the office that day? What time you got home?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
At
it's
this
heating
point
up
in
in
the
there.
investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You said 5 or 5:30. I've got the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left so that
His response would be, well, no, not if my times are right. Sorry.
that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening a door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there.
Yeah. Okay. See, I just was about to do it. I'm going to not do it. I'm going to read the comment and then I'm going to respond. Janie says, you get distracted with excitement. I had no idea. Maybe that could be sarcasm, but I saw it and immediately I got so excited. I was about to not pull it up and read it, but yes, squirrel life, the life of a squirrel. That is my brain and excitement. I'm always excited, and like I get like I just get excited, and I get ahead of myself.
I'm trying to understand.
You know, I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. You know, I try to get home when Maggie's home, you know, before dark.
You don't like staying out there by yourself in the dark.
That's right.
You know, that's a way, I think that's also a way of him fudging that answer, because he's asking, what's your usual time, right? As in, he's been working at that law firm for fucking ever, right? Like, what, you know, your usual schedule. Well, we all know that dark is different times at different times of the year. So, like, in the winter, right? If he says, well, I usually try to get home before dark, well, that's 5 o'clock. But in the summertime, that's like 9 o'clock, right? Or gosh, 10 o'clock, maybe even at some point. So, but in other words, by him answering it that way, he doesn't have to give a direct answer on time, right? Because that's a huge difference. 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock is 4 hours. So again, I think it's just him being evasive. Yeah.
You know, if it was 5:30 or 6, you know, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. But you know, if I was, it wasn't long after that. So, you know, I believe that I went straight home.
Right.
So, you know, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. You know, more.
Yeah, Kits. So let me read Kit Smitz's comment fully, especially on the East Coast, and especially if you aren't surrounded by mountains that block the sunset. So when I was actually thinking about the times, I was thinking about how, like, at the Outer Banks, which is the East Coast of Outer Banks, North Carolina, the Outer Banks, I feel like it's even later that the sun is out than it is here in Greensboro, even at the same time of year, which is just exactly what she's saying here. That that like when I'm at the beach, I feel like it's 9:30, 10, you know, like even later. But also I think Kit Smith's, you don't have to answer, but for some reason I was thinking you were in Texas, but it sounds like you're familiar with the East Coast. So anyway, representing the East Coast, at least over here. What happened to the treble clef emoji? Is that not there anymore? I feel like I've used it recently. Yeah. Okay.
An hour, I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Took it down the river.
We rode down all the roads. I believe that we. I mean, we rode all over. We rode all over.
It's just so vague. Rejection vague.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more. But with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I mean, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, I mean, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What
What answer?
What other questions do you have that?
interesting.
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
It looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I
Y'all.
believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because they could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What, you said he thought they shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
He thought, Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
Can y'all help me understand? I can't wrap my head around why that would. What's his reasoning behind that? Like, pretending he didn't do it? Like, he's saying that he thought Maggie was shot first because she was shot in the back of the head. I just don't understand that logic, though. Can y'all help me out with that? Alto clef. That's the viola. Sorry, let me read this comment. Kitsmith says, granted, so would I as a pianist. LL, alto and tenor clefs are a bitch and a half. This is in reference to the treble clef emoji. Alto is the viola clef and tenor clef. Tenor clef, you never see tenor clef. But I've had to use those before. And Kitsmith's also, I do play piano as well. Well, like, I'm not like a pianist, but I have a piano and I play piano. And so I it's funny because I have to, I don't play it, I don't practice it all that much, but like, I'll go in like spurts and then it's like, okay, brain, bass clef and treble clef at the same time, But anyway, so so Super Planner Girl is responding to the question about Maggie. Like, she was caught off guard, didn't see it coming. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I guess in my mind, it would be hard for anyone to have any opinion on who was shot first until they get the report from the forensic pathologist and learn the bullet, like what we're going to learn from Kenny Kinsey and what we heard from the forensic pathologist. Because like without that, I think it'd be kind of in this situation. Like, in other words, it's weird to me that he has an opinion about it at all. Like that he had a theory, if you will. Okay, let's keep going.
I honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed ring. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objections overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key.
That's it. Janie says he doesn't want anyone to think that he made Maggie see one of her precious sons die. That there's something to that. You could be onto something with that. And I think that it's he's trying to present himself as he's innocent. So I think it's more for himself. I think that you're onto something with that, but I would say he could maybe be trying to convince himself of that. Right? Because he's presenting to them like he's innocent. So he might have tried to convince himself of that. That's a really good point. Thank you.
Indeed.
Just right before that question.
And how did it get down
You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down
And
there?
how did they get down there?
Just to answer this question from Kit Smits, about by this point, would Alex have gotten the forensic info? So I think he would have been given cause and manner of death. You know, gunshot wounds, homicide. But I don't think that info would have been interpreted to him the way that we see it in the trial, because a lot of that was still, I think that would have only been done with law enforcement maybe. And I think it was also pending other elements of the investigation to really to flesh it out. Like when we watched Dr. Reamer, I don't think that and actually it's a good question. I mean, I don't think that when someone has a family member that's killed, whether they're a suspect or not, even if they're not a suspect, like I don't know that a forensic examiner is going to sit down and explain to them the way that we saw it in the trial with Dr. Reamer. I mean, and that makes sense, right? Because that wouldn't be the right approach. But usually a loved one wouldn't want to know all that. And like, you know what I mean? They just want to know, did you find the right person, right? They wouldn't want to know the ins and outs of the pathway of the bullet and, you know, details of the details of that, right? So I don't think that they would be told that, but I don't know. It's a good question as to how much you know, a victim's family, how much would they tell them when they get that report back? Yeah. Potential research topic for those of you in the chat who feel so inclined. How much do the victims learn from the medical examiner or forensic pathologist? What are they told? How are they explained? That's a good point. So to answer this question from Kitsmits again, he was on the scene and saw their bodies, even if you assume he's innocent, correct. So he could have seen that Maggie was shot from behind because of blood trajectory. Actually, I thought about this and I thought about, oh, did he just fuck up because they hadn't really, and then I thought about, we actually hear from Kenny Kinsey that you could see, she was shot with because she was shot with that 300 blackout, it was different, right? Because Paul was just like obliterated parts of him. But with Maggie, he said the shot in the back of the head was a classic, he calls it a keyhole. Relevant, right? Keyholes again, a keyhole shot where you can actually see in other words, it looks like it would be very distinctive of like, yep, that was a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Of course, I've never seen one, don't ever care to, but apparently it sounds like anyone that knows is familiar, you know, whether maybe they don't even have to be familiar with guns, right? But you would see that, you'd be like, yep, that's shot in the back of the head, right? That's how he kind of described it. So I that to me made me think, yeah, that's credible. Even if he's innocent, it sounds like anyone that would have walked up on that scene and seen that clear keyhole thing in the head, the way he describes it. So Yeah. Janie, coroner is something different. We'll get there. I'm not going to go there yet because that's a whole other tangent. But boy, are we going to get there when the defense presents their case in chief. Yeah, I'm just reading y'all's comments. So it's still a weird comment to me. It's just not, we see we see victims' families and how they act. Think about any case. Think about any case. We see the victims' families and how they act. They want answers. But think about the nature of the questions they're asking and the answers they're seeking. And you can tell that he's fishing for information to see how much they have. That's what it is. You can tell that he's fishing and trying to come across as genuine and innocent. He's fishing. Actually, I guess I can answer my own question. Maybe he didn't actually think Maggie was shot first. Maybe he's saying that because he's fishing. That could be all it was. He's fishing to see if they figured out that right. For him to say that, well, I thought Maggie was shot first because the gunshot went in the back. Maybe that's just fishing so that they'll tell him whether or not they've already figured it out that Paul was shot first, right? It's fishing. That's probably what it is. So yeah, this is why talking it through with y'all is helpful because we all learn things together. Right. Exactly. Super Planner Girl. That's exactly what I was thinking. Super Planner Girl says, for me, paramount is who killed my family and who did it. Nothing else. Yes. Right. So that's exactly what we see. They want to know who did it and they want closure at trial. That's, if anything, they probably don't want to know the other details, right? So Kit Smith says, heck, even in this case, look at Maggie's sister. Look at Alex's own brother. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Can you elaborate? But yes, I mean, they've really stayed out of it, I guess. Oh, are you talking about other potential suspects? I don't know. I'm still wondering if you can elaborate on this comment, Kit Smith, about Maggie's sister and Alex's brother. Yeah, that's also possible. Kit Smith says maybe him saying Maggie was shot first could also be him trying to throw them off his scent. Like, I didn't know who was killed first. Can't be me. Yeah, I think that's valid. I also think it's valid what Janie said before, but with him trying to convince himself that he didn't inflict that on Maggie in her last moments. That's the most unimaginable thing of all of this, probably, is what Maggie experienced in her last moments. You almost can't blame him for trying to be in denial about what he did to her with that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I see what you're saying here, kids. So look at how Maggie's sister was on the stand in her testimony. Look at how Alex's brother, John Marvin, talked about the victims. Yes, exactly. It's a night and day difference. Yes, I got you, Kit Smith. Thank you so much. So she's saying it's in terms of look at how victims' families act. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Great examples. John Marvin's a great example. Maggie's sister's a great example. Yep. What did they say it over and over and we just want to know who did it. That's all that matters. We just want to know who did it. Yeah, and there's a certain way that they communicate that. It's like they're communicating a feeling of utter helplessness. And that comes across with them. And that comes across with these other victims' families. This feeling of utter helplessness. And what they want is pretty simple. And I mean, it's not, but it is. It's just closure. They just want to know. In other words, they're not wanting to learn all the details of this and that and the other thing. You know, in other words, in that way, that would be more complicated, right? Not emotionally. I'm talking about like literally. So, anyway, yeah, thinking about that standpoint too, like just the helplessness that they have, really comes through. And I appreciate you mentioning that, Kitsmits. They are great examples, 100%. Yeah, John Marvin was tough to watch also. He was. Okay, let's keep going here.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house.
And Kitsmits, so just to refer to this here, so Kitsmits says when Maggie's sister brought up Alex wanting to clear Paul's name, when she just wanted to know who killed them, to be honest, I could give a benefit of the doubt there. I could see a lawyer focusing on a case because it's something they can act on. It's something they can still do. I 100% understand what you're saying. Like, and you have for a lawyer and for anyone really, but yes, 100%, like something that you have control over. Also, a lot of people deal with trauma by working. And yeah, solving other problems or other people's problems even. I 100% understand what you're saying, and I agree with that. However, in this case, which is, as we know, it's not like anything else, right? So there's always an exception, right? And that's part of why it's so interesting and so complex. You know, in this case, we know that the reason he wanted to get rid of the boat case, he's saying clear Paul's name, right? But we know his motivations behind the boat case have to do with the financial stuff, because the discovery via Mark Tinsley was going to land him in jail. So, and Janie says, I interpret who would do this as also a question of why. Yeah, I think that if the way I understand that myself would be like, who would do this? I think I agree. In my mind, sometimes it's not even a person, right? I see what you're saying, that it's more like a why or a how. Like, how could this happen? It's like, which really just comes back to the helplessness and disbelief, right? I mean, which is what we hear. Like, we hear from, like, at first they don't believe it. Like what Maggie's sister, Marion, says, her response was, I can remember this from her testimony on the stand. Her response was, no, it can't be. They must have the wrong people. That was her response when she first heard the news. She said, it can't be. They have the wrong people. When Blanca first heard the news, she thought someone was making a joke. It doesn't compute. So who could do it? I think is yes. And sometimes it's really more synonymous with a more existential question. The who, why, how, what, and on an existential level, I think.
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily He kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
It's just like nodding excessively for no reason.
That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
Because I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
Who would have ever thought?
Those were the go-to guns.
Who would have ever thought? Like the significance in this trial of things like turkey season. It's amazing, right? Because the season of the animal was so instrumental in determining the usage of these guns and verifying, especially because at least one of the firearms was unregistered. At least one, right? And there was all this confusion, and plus Paul had guns stolen and all this, right? And some of them were similar but different from each other, you know. But the fact that all these kids came over there to hunt, and they had certain manners of doing that depending on the season, which was the animal, doves, turkey. I mean, anyway, I love how I don't even know what the word is. Well, I love anything regarding animals. I hate that they're being hunted, but I love that, you know, there's animals being brought up. But I guess it's just so unexpected. All, you know, in a murder trial, all the significance of the dogs, the roosters, the chickens, the guineas, the turkeys, the wild boars, the wild hogs, the sunflowers, all this stuff. It's a chicken. Sorry. You know, and it was really funny because in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, actually on Emily's stream, I really appreciated it because there were a number of things that echoed back to Murdaugh, and it made me, I loved seeing her reminisce about Murdaugh as I'm also putting together these videos. That felt so cool because I'm like reliving the trial right now, and I'm sure she hasn't gone back and watched it, right? But there were all those moments, like they mentioned a 300 blackout, and then they mentioned the wild boar hunting. And she makes a joke about like we're being stuck in like Murdaugh or South Carolina or something like that. And, you know, anyway, to me, those are all fond associations because I love this trial. And I love trying to solve this whole thing, this mystery. Yeah, the hogs. Yep. You know what I appreciate? I don't think they ever, not even one time, I don't think they ever talk about hunting squirrels. That's the other thing. If they did that, I don't think I would have watched the trial.
Those are the last ones that he saw. He said he had, and Vanilla. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
And he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, you know, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic off of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the...
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Everybody's
Yeah.
David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot the first time?
Not long.
Who's that?
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Look who's back. Heck yes, we're going strong. We have been chatting away. We have a long ways to go yet. We've had all kinds of conversations. I'm guessing this is the COE. We've had all kinds of conversations. We talked for a while about the nature of interrogations and interviews, and we all learned a new strategy called PEACE, P-E-A-C-E, as an alternative to the read technique. We talked about my favorite water bottle, all kinds of things. We've been chatting a lot. So I keep pausing the video. And we also have been, okay, it's the COE, just pulling up your comment. This is the COE. We've also been talking about whether or not people want me to continue to use any footage from EDB, because some people are expressing that they actually like this layout better. And, of course, there's other factors as that. We've talked about a lot of different things, but I'm happy to see you here, COE. Yay.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I got 2 guns. I got 2 different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
No, neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you. Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might lead to anybody with beef?
Corey Fleming's alive, it appears.
Let me ask you this question. Comes from Randy. I feel like I didn't talk to you about this, but
Y'all, this is interesting. Listen to how Corey Fleming describes this here in a sec.
they got a lot of friends in the community. From the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level.
They've got a lot of friends in the community, from the highest upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. I will paraphrase my thoughts by saying, hopefully he is enjoying his time in federal prison with every socioeconomic level.
They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not purpose. Unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff for investigators.
Yeah. Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand it.
So, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
So, David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
We Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or the FBI was out. They were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send the
Shout out again to the COE. Yeah, I'll read her comment in full. I'm trying to remember to do that, not get too excited. So from the COE, she says, "Hi, Janie. I'm headed to bed since I just finished some prep work for STS, but good night to all. Chelsea or King Butt." Thank you, COE. And wow, you guys really deep dive rewatching it all. Impressed for real. She makes a good point, because everybody that's here is here for the long haul. And like the last, I don't even know, the time just flies, but we are deep diving it and we're talking about all the important stuff, and it's awesome. And I just appreciate everyone being here and talking through all this with me. And I thank you, COE, for stopping by. I hope Joel gives you a break tomorrow, although I'm sure he won't. So yes. Okay. And thanks again, COE, for stopping by. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts and they come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet. Gotcha. But they're working, they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module does. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One is OnStar and the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report.
Little do they know.
So you just wait for that?
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar.
Okay.
To see what kind of information they can give me.
Good.
Y'all.
You need a bus.
Like back when they just thought it was going to be normal. I mean,
Signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever
All right.
we need to.
brief thing I wanted to say about this. He really, really, really emphasizes the car. Alex does. He really keeps saying, we hear it in different interviews actually. Well, once you get the car information, that'll prove this and that. And once you do the car thing, and he keeps mentioning it. And here's my thoughts on this. We hear later on in the trial testimony about how it might be actually on the prosecution's rebuttal case. We hear testimony about that vehicle, okay, that Alex had taken it to the guy who does all the vehicles for law enforcement. This is something that's not okay. Like this was a special favor type thing. Probably illegal, but anyway, a favor type situation. He got hooked up, right? Because of his connections. He got to take that Escalade in, not Escalade. What is it? Suburban. Took it in, got taken in, and to the guy who does all the cop cars. And they installed, if y'all remember, and if you don't remember, it's fine. I'm telling you. They installed blue lights, so it's like a law enforcement vehicle. I was thinking about this as I was putting this video together, and I was like, I know I keep mentioning it, but I keep mentioning it for a reason. The FBI said this was the first and only time they've come across an encrypted vehicle for the OnStar. So I looked it up online and I'm like, I wonder if cop cars, if all their data is encrypted. Of course, and it is. Of course it is. So now I'm wondering, the fact that it was encrypted never sat right with me, but then I put 2 and 2 together because math, that the blue lights thing, and I was like, well, fuck, I bet here's what happened. I bet when he took it in to his buddy and hooked him up and they did the blue lights, he had them encrypted. And he knew it was encrypted, which is why he keeps saying that the data from there is going to prove he was at Almeida for longer and all the other shit he's saying. He keeps saying, and he can keep offering that as his like, see, look, I'm giving you everything. I'm being transparent once you get the vehicle. And I think that's why he looks so pissed when the GM guy pops up and is like, we just got it. Because he had that encrypted so that the FBI wouldn't be able to crack it. I think as far as through GM, I can't say he didn't have a connection. I can't say he didn't have a connection there that they didn't return they didn't hand it over as per the search warrant. Like they didn't have it, and they didn't turn it over to the prosecution. They said they didn't have it. I can't say that Alex didn't have a hookup for that to happen, but I think it's also possible that he didn't think about that he maybe thought about, maybe he didn't know about that because that's more of a newer technology. Maybe he was thinking the only concern he would have is it being encrypted because he knows what law enforcement does, and theirs is encrypted, and that if it's encrypted, you're good. He might not have known about getting OnStar from GM. So he might have just gotten lucky. But either way, he then looks like pissed off when y'all, everybody's shown up. I'm so happy. Thank you guys I love seeing all my friends pop in to say hi. Thank you, Frankie, Mr. Franks. That's awesome. I was just on a tangent about GM. So yeah, so he might not have known that this whole OnStar thing. But either way, he definitely looked pissed off when that came in. And with good reason. This was his one thing. And this GM data that comes in last minute really changes a lot of things. It really changes a lot of things. And man, God, it's hard to think what would have happened if it didn't come in, right? But he was this close. And I'm doing like a little gesture with my fingers, like a centimeter. He was like this close, right? To like being scot-free with that. And then it came in. But anyway, all that to say, and I don't know that anyone had mentioned that, but this was just a thought that I had, that it would make sense, right? He had the blue lights installed. He had the blue lights installed on that Suburban. And he also had the fucking OnStar or the vehicle data encrypted. And so he thought he was like, all good. And so then he's like, here, my car's going to, prove that I'm innocent. And, here he's like, what can I sign to make it to expedite it, right? It's overly helpful. We've seen this in other cases, right? Great example, like the Stephen McDaniels guy. If y'all remember him, he's kind of legendary, but there's a lot of them, right? Where this overly helpful thing. And notice that Alex is only overly helpful in the areas where, like, he's not helpful at all where it counts, right? He doesn't remember how long they had dinner. Well, he says he doesn't remember how long they had dinner. I mean, he's not helpful. He's confused about the guns. He's confused about fucking everything. Doesn't blah, blah. But like, oh, but here, have the car, right? It's, yeah.
Sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get a pulse phone just with a search warrant.
We have what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode.
Sure.
We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? you know, my thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to
Listen to
open it.
this.
I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be opened.
This is interesting because this is coming from Corey Fleming, who was a bump on a log for this whole time until now. Now he's popping in. And he's talking about getting it authorized, this estate thing. I mean, it's just fishy because we know how involved Corey Fleming was with all the other issues, but we also know that Alex had moved. We know that what he did was he moved everything. He put everything into Maggie's estate to try to hide money from the boat case. And then we know that then he tried to figure out a way to then gain access to that, which is now Maggie's estate, because he needed money. So, and that he was having trouble with that. So it's just interesting that now you have Corey Fleming with his role and everything, suggesting that if they can expedite getting everything. Essentially what he's saying is everything is in Maggie's name because of the boat case. If they can they can expedite getting it put back into Alex's name because now he's the surviving spouse, right? So Maggie's estate would go to him. That would help because then maybe they can he's trying to suggest something with it in relation to the phone, that because this is so fucked up. And I don't think I even really thought about it until now, but he's saying Paul's phone is an Apple phone and that technically Maggie was the owner of the phone. So therefore that phone is in Maggie's estate. And that if they need permission to get quicker access to the phone, then maybe the solution is to turn everything in Maggie's estate over to Alex. That's what he's saying. Think about that. This is the weaselly of having to even make this happen. He's saying because Paul's phone was technically in Maggie's name, it's a part of Maggie's estate, and that they should try to expedite getting that estate turned over so that they can get access to the phone. Oh, and just here's a question from Super Planner Girl. You don't have to spoil anything if you don't want to, but does part of what you're saying point to the why Maggie theory? Not that I'm aware of yet. I can't say it won't as we go along. Because the more as I work on these, I realize new things and I make new connections as I'm doing even here live constantly with you guys. No, I think it's just. To me, what this is Corey Fleming, we know is he's fishy, he's slimy, right? He's trying to use Paul's phone as an excuse to get Maggie's estate turned back over to Alex because Alex needs the money and he's trying to help out his friend. He's using it, if that makes sense. That's what I'm thinking here.
I'm surrounded by 100 lawyers. We've got a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So,
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I talked about that
yeah,
before.
yeah, well, and I said I'd do it.
Yes.
Any of us can do
Yeah.
it.
Who would be the representative? Just somebody at a law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate,
Yeah.
probably me, or
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
one of
I'll
my
do
brothers,
it.
but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it
Yeah.
is will do whatever
Yeah.
y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that,
Right.
then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
Right, because gotta be something there.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be something
Oh, there is. Don't worry.
there.
There's got to be something there on Paul's phone. Only you knew.
I can't think of anything else. I mean, have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet?
Wackos on the
Or
internet.
Just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination, you know?
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, bye.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, yeah, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you gonna tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
You know?
Super Planner Girl says, I'm a wacko on the internet, but I try not to go around killing folks. Excellent point.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else is my ass.
David, how far apart?
He just said, I didn't catch that before because it was hard to hear. He said, everybody else can kiss my ass. That's funny.
With the shot. Either one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot.
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at 2 shooters, it could have happened at
You guys, if y'all even know what wormholing I had last night happened, I was like, I just got out of the shower, I was like gonna blow dry my hair, and I had a little thought, I was like, oh yeah, I meant to look up, I don't even remember what it was. What was I gonna look up? Oh, right, okay. I was gonna look up an image of something on Google Maps related to the next episode that I'm working on. It's also something that a lot of people, y'all are asking for some of my theories. You're going to get answers. I'll tell you for some of it. You're going to get them in the next episode. I've been waiting for a reason. And there's a really good reason. And it's something that no one's talked about. And I can't wait to see what you guys think when we get there. But I just went over to do a quick little, get a picture. And then I was going to blow dry my hair. Next thing I knew, it had been 4 hours. And I was still at my computer. I had 50,000 tabs open on I'm not even joking, 50, all these tabs open on my computer, handwritten notes. I've got PDF after PDF. I'm cracked out as fuck, wormholing the fuck out of this thing. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm not gonna say what. And And yeah, and I'm not even like with each question, there's no answer. There's another question. And each question is like mind blowing. And it's like, I don't mean a question as in like, oh, it was irrelevant. I mean, that's not what I mean. I mean, it's like this case. It's like, oh my God, y'all will see when we get there. It's a road that I haven't seen anybody go down this road. And I will just say, there's just anything that people need to be interested or entertained or challenged mentally. Like, you just need this one case. This one case will keep you busy for multiple lifetimes. It is. Yes. Kit Smith says it's a fractal. It's insane. It's insane. And in fact, I haven't put together the shit from the wormholing yesterday. It may be that it's its entire own episode. I don't really know yet. I'm Super Planner Girl. I understand she says she's tapped out. Yes. And remember, there'll be timestamps in the description. But thank you for being here. I understand. I know we've been going really long because I keep talking, but it's hard not to when there's important things. But yes, it may end up being its own stream for that. But I don't know. And it's the type of thing where it's like, there's answers out there, there's answers out there and I want to find the answers. But anyway, okay, let's carry on. We're almost done with the interview.
If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting the answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
When I asked you, now that you've talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them closer to them.
Yeah. No, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the brand setters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
you gotta ask the questions.
If I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Alan, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and have y'all talked about doing any kind of camera system out there, or, stuff getting missing? Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing. But we still.
Yeah, who the fuck would enter that property with 50 million guns? Like, no.
We talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the barn or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Milwaukee, from what I understand, is like the cheapo brand for tools. Do y'all know? I'm pretty sure it is.
Couple of it was since CB got hired. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, look at this, throwing CB Rowe under the bus again. I mean, I don't know. If I were Alex, I'd be careful because don't we know that CB Rowe is like FBI special operative Navy SEAL person? You might want to be careful throwing him under the bus.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there for just a short period named Matt Luce. Is that the first time you've heard his name?
The last name, yeah. I've heard the different Matt.
Matt Luce. I think it's spelled Luce.
And he basically did what CB does now?
No,
Or something?
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Walboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler?
Yeah, Junior.
Yeah, I spell it.
It's Boulware is how it looks. B-O-U-L-W-R-E.
Tom Bowler,
Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Just give me just a minute. Yeah, I'll get it out that I can give him.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Can you think of anything else you want to ask questions about? All right. Off the top of my head.
The pair of guns that you bought for the Christmas presents, they were matching set, correct, other than color. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision, scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. You know, and I don't know if Paul had put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh, specific scope on it.
I don't know if you had, or we asked her, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know of?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20? This past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still trying to figure this out. I cannot exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion. How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that that a person should be talking about a pending action like that without their lawyers knowing about it and what. Because I know nothing about it. I'm completely separated from it. I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hired lawyers, and then you know some of my partners are.
So there, Corey Fleming's like trying to shut it down, and he's like, "I don't mind. I'll keep talking about it." So okay, so that's interesting. I see that Janie says that from the YouTuber she watches, Milwaukee has surprisingly good quality tools for the price. Well, that's great. I am sorry if I besmirched Milwaukee incorrectly, and that's why I was asking y'all to let me know what you think. So, and for y'all that are in and out, of course, please be up by all means. I understand. I mean, this is going to be a long one because we have done so much chatting. And I totally understand. I know that I get it because I watch long streams too. You know, sometimes you're listening, sometimes you're watching, you're in and out. Totally cool. Do what you got to do. Take care of yourselves. Like I said, there will be timestamps in the description as well. If you got to go, you got to go. Yes, I do think we're almost done with this interview, and then briefly we'll hear the rest of the examination of David Owen, and then we'll be on to Kenny Kinsey. So, but I appreciate y'all being here again, as always.
Helping with that also, but
You know, it's made some progress. You know, it's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
Okay. And what I'm getting at with this, you know, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure. Bad word there. You know, did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there with more motive because now they're thinking, you know, Paul's going to get away with this. And
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
And that was a dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or
I don't.
It was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is the boy's name.
Okay.
So
Is that,
you can find out
is
from
that
him.
any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother.
Okay.
It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this
Yes,
if y'all mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster. Buster.
If you go outside, hit that green button on the right. Explain my inability for the time. Apparently there's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in. And the defense has agreed with that, it's my understanding.
If you don't have any more questions,
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone. Okay. So it just kind of brings back here.
okay, I tell you what. Yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I'd gone to great lengths to try to, that tree got knocked over, and I'd gone to great lengths to try to get it to, you know, be upright.
They want to know what you're wearing, dude. Thank you, Abby. I thought I heard it, and I thought maybe that was here. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Said it was posted that night.
I'm not sure.
Somebody's phone on?
Sir?
Somebody's phone on? No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something.
so.
Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know of any issues with them recently or prior to?
I appreciate y'all letting me know if I miss a ticker. I heard the sirens, but then I thought they were maybe here because where I live, there's the fire stations are like on either side or like nearby. And so there's always emergency vehicles. So that's one thing that I'm always like, sometimes it's actually hard to tell. So I appreciate Abby, you letting me know. As far as this comment goes, Abby says, still here, hoping to finish out the semester before the live ends. I take it that's a joke. Yeah, you'll probably be done with the semester before the live ends. So, and then Kit Smith is asking Nate Tootin, one of Paul's friends, was saying something about others saying you can't be friends with us, them and us at the same time. From what I understand now, that is the way Alex explains that is confusing. Of course, right? It's because he's going to make it confusing. But it's like hearsay of hearsay of hearsay of hearsay. So it's kind of complicated. What I understood that to mean was somebody told Alex that somebody told Nate that somebody said that to Paul or something like that. Like, from what I understand, it wasn't Nate that was saying that Nate heard that or something. That's what I gathered, but it was, unclear at best.
This incident?
Like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me.
I mean, David, I told you about the,
Abby says it's actually not a joke. I'm in online school. I have 2 tests left. I'm working on writing the notes for the first of the 2 tests. I have like 1 slide left and then I can take the test. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. She says, genuinely, I'm determined to finish tonight. LMAO. Awesome. Well, we're here to keep you company. Awesome. I hope we'll get to be here when you come in and say that you've finished the semester.
Kenya, Treehorn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me.
It sounded like you said Kenya Treehorn called him. Did I hear that right? Kenya Treehorn? Is this a real person?
I told you about this,
yes, sir.
right?
We've interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I've tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I've tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you?
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and, you know?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Either way. I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right? To try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn. Allergies. Excuse me. All right. Do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
I will know. I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Branstetters and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on Wadmalaw, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as but they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. I just, a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
Wow.
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts
I
take me.
understand that.
Dang, y'all.
And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey earlier, you were still in this.
Dang.
With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that before we redacted. We both agreed that I could lead and ask you, after that last question, do you say, well, I understand, I mean, and shaking his head?
Yes.
So on August 11th of 2021, after this interview, during this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the death of his son and his wife?
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And that day, was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
We've heard,
So I just wanted to say real quick, I think this is Jim's strongest moment, maybe in this whole trial. It's definitely, I think, his best cross. He does a really good job. He does a really good job with this cross.
you explained, and I think Agent Croft explained about sort of the investigative circle.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked to Alec about that on the video, that he is in the circle.
Yes, sir.
And he was in the circle from the
Sorry, I forgot the caveat to that. He does a great job, except for opening the door also. But he does a great job besides that.
moment he called 911, correct?
I would say yes.
And no one had to give you any lead to put him in the circle, right?
No, sir. He called 911. He's the one who discovered him. He's closest in relation to him.
So when you're asked about, were you given any other credible leads except the one that led to Alex Murdaugh? I mean, he was there from the moment he called 911.
Yes, sir.
And what has happened over the last year and a half, 2 years, is, as you explained, you've been unable to get him out of the circle. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So if someone's in the circle and can't get themselves out, they end up sitting over there where he is today. That's what happens. Isn't that right?
As long as there's credible evidence to keep them in that circle, yes.
Kidsmith is asking to me, would you say he flies too close to the sun? Yes, I would say so. And Judge Newman's going to phrase this just oh so eloquently here, coming up after this happens.
We're going to get to that. Here, SLED failed to take immediate steps. I mean, maybe it's not all SLED, but SLED and the Colleton County Sheriff's Department failed to take immediate steps to preserve evidence that could possibly exclude Alex Murdaugh from that circle. Would you agree with that?
I don't think it was a failure, no, sir.
Well, let's get this right. Your investigation, as I understand it, leads you to conclude that Paul and Maggie were murdered sometime between 8:50 p.m. on June the 7th and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would, at a minimum, have in their possession an AR-15 style assault rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun, correct?
Not unless they got rid of it.
Well, the moment they were murdered,
yes,
someone had to have, one person or two people had to have murder weapons, right?
Yes.
I just wanted to say to Frankie Figs, who's Frankie Figs says she's got to go. I saw your comment earlier about the concert, and I there were a lot of other things happening, and I didn't get to respond. I just wanted to say that's awesome. I did see you saw like a Pink Floyd cover band, so I hope you had a lot of fun. That's sick. Love that, and I'm happy that you were here. Thank you for being here, and hope you have a good night, good sleep.
Paul was murdered with a 12-gauge, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree then that the murderer had a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes.
You would agree that the murderer had some AR-15 style assault weapon that killed Maggie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree at the time they were murdered, they would have those weapons?
Yes.
And would you agree that whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would likely have blood and biological material on them following the shotgun blast that essentially blew Paul's brains out of his head?
They would have some, yes.
And on the night of June the 7th, you said it was after midnight, so it would go early morning hours, but 1 a.m. on June the 8th, you interviewed Alec, and he told you that he had left Moselle sometime between 9 and 9:10 to check on his mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Alex was the perpetrator, as alleged, he would have had to brutally murder his wife and son sometime after 8:50 p.m. and 9:06, dispose of the murder weapons either somewhere on the Moselle property, within the Moselle residence, along the drive to Alameda, or at his mother's residence or property at Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was a search of the route between Moselle and Alameda ever done?
It wasn't walked from Moselle to Alameda, but it was driven several times.
And you didn't find any weapons there, correct?
No, sir.
And was a search of the waterways along the route done between Moselle and Alameda?
Most waterways, yes.
Excuse me?
Most waterways, I don't know if every single one was searched, but there were several waterways searched.
Now we know from the General Motors OnStar data that was delivered during the middle of this trial that Alec did not stop from the moment he left Moselle to drive to Alameda. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've reviewed that?
Yes.
There's no detours along the way, correct?
No, sir.
I'm going to pause this real quick just to say that they haven't had a chance to, well, I guess they've probably gone through the GM data, but as any good attorney will do, he's going to leave out the other relevant parts. So he's correct. The GM data is great. We learned so much. Yes, maybe he doesn't stop, but we do learn other things. I'm not going to spoil it in case anyone hasn't seen it yet, but we will get there. But he's right. He doesn't stop. Yes, that's correct. But there might be other things.
You could have searched Alameda that night, correct?
Yeah.
If I had probable cause to, yes, sir.
Oh,
Well, was anybody?
he makes a lot of really good points. This is, like I said, this cross by Jim. This is a very strong cross. It was very effective. He starts to rattle David Owen. He really does. And I think part of it is because there's that issue with the grand jury and like impeachment with some statement and whatever. And I think because of that, he starts out really. David Owen is nervous to begin with. Because we see him in his doing his job, like in the interviews, and he does a great job. But like, of course, there's these other issues that maybe, might not have been his responsibility, but like in other words, Jim is using this witness to make points across to the jury. And this witness is testifying truthfully in ways that will benefit the defense. Yes.
Denying consent to search? When I say anybody, Alex Murdaugh gave you carte blanche consent to search anywhere in those properties, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And John Marvin was assisting SLED and facilitating wherever you wanted to look. Wasn't he doing that?
He was, but the night of June 7th, even though Alec was in the circle, basically by default because of his close relationship with the victims and finding them, I did not consider him the main suspect or the only suspect because I had no probable cause and no evidence to support that he killed his wife and son.
Well, if a thorough, tight, quick, prompt investigation had been taken of the Moselle property, the route to Alameda, and the Alameda property, that could have possibly excluded Alec from this circle, couldn't it? If you found no evidence of guns, bloody clothes, or anything, right?
If you know what you're looking for and where to look, and have some type of information that would lead you to that area, yes.
And that opportunity was missed. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it was missed because it wasn't known about, other than several hours later when we get to the bodies and there are no weapons found. It wasn't until the casings and the shot shells were recovered that I actually knew what the calibers were.
Alex in the circle, he'd been to Alameda, right?
Yes, sir.
And no one went to Alameda to look for guns or blood or bloody clothes, did they?
Not that day, no, sir.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Alameda, yes.
Okay. And if Alex Murdaugh had cleaned up after committing these horrendous murders, wouldn't you expect to find some trace evidence of blood somewhere in the house, if that's where it occurred?
If he cleaned up in the house, yes.
And did you find any trace evidence of blood in the house indicated Alec had cleaned up?
If he cleaned up in the house, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't find any trace evidence of blood in the house. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct?
There was no trace evidence of blood found in the house, no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you find any blood on the carpet, floors, or anywhere throughout the house?
No, sir.
And Alec was asking during this conversation with Blanca, what do you remember I'm wearing?
Nature of the objection.
State v. Sweet, self-serving hearsay it calls for.
That was the weirdest fucking objection.
Defendant said.
That was the weirdest fucking objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay, why was that weird? Well, so he goes, objection, and he keeps standing up and he doesn't give grounds. And then when he does, he gives a case, State v. Sweetser, and then he goes, self-serving hearsay it calls for. It's just so weird. Basically, what all that means, I don't know about the state v. Sweetser. I've never heard anybody. I mean, that's not a standard legal objection, obviously. Anyway, so basically, with hearsay, the reason that they tell you, right, you know, anything you say can and will be used against you. So what is hearsay? Okay, let's do a little brief. Okay, hearsay. Hearsay is any statement that is made outside of court, offered to prove the fact or truth of the matter asserted. I'll say it one more time. Hearsay is a statement made outside of court, offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So, in this case, Alex told something to Blanca. Now, there are exceptions to hearsay, many exceptions. So why is it that the prosecution could use it? Here's why. Because it's a party opponent. So a statement made by a party opponent is an exception to hearsay. Why is that? Because they can be cross-examined on it. Now, in a civil trial, you have two party opponents, right? Both sides. That could be, statements could be introduced by the other side. In a criminal trial, it's a little bit different because Alex's statements are a party opponent for the state. So the state can use his statements because he's a party opponent. But the defense can't use Alex's own statements because it's the same side, if that makes sense, right? So, so the defense, so in other words, it has to be from the other side. So, so if you're the state, Alex makes a statement. Alex is the party opponent to the state. They can use his statement. The defense can't use Alex's statements because it's the same side. So hopefully that makes sense. But anyway, the way he did that was hilarious.
And on August 11th, he was encouraging him to try to get information from General Motors, and he would do whatever he could.
Here we go with
to
this
facilitate
again.
that exchange, right?
Yes.
And up until August 11th, I mean, you'd reached out to Alec, me, John Marvin, whenever you need to go on property to do anything, and you always got consent, correct?
That is correct.
And anything you asked, for the most part, it was provided.
Yes.
At no time prior to August the 11th, 2021, did you ask Alex Murdaugh, where's that blue shirt? Where are those khaki pants? Where are those shoes? Did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And you have never asked him for that blue shirt, those tan shoes, and those khaki pants, have you?
No, sir.
Now, I think you covered this. Alex Murdaugh called you multiple times from June and July and early August asking for an update, did he not?
We communicated. Sometimes it was via text and sometimes it was via phone call.
You're right. And not only did he want an update for himself, but he also kept wanting you to update Maggie's parents as well.
And I met with Maggie's parents, yes.
Sure. But Alec was requesting that of you, was he not?
Well, he was requesting that of me, yes, but I also intended to meet with Maggie's parents regardless if he requested it or not.
Okay. It's your investigative belief that Maggie and Paul were murdered sometime between 8:50 and 9:06, correct?
Yes.
So, for your investigative purposes, does it make any difference if he's at his mother's house 25 minutes, 35 minutes? Obviously, he couldn't be there an hour and make it back and call 911, but, I mean, isn't that really not material? How long he was at his mom's?
If I'm trying to build a timeline, yes, it is.
So it's possible that he was only at Alameda for 5 minutes and he was spending the other time hiding evidence. I mean, I understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
But General Motors has sent their records in, and we know he was straight to Alameda
Again,
and drove
again with
straight
the
back, right?
car.
That is true, but if you look at
They
the
really think the car is
GPS
going to
points
save them.
that came from General Motors, one of them puts him way in the backyard of Alameda,
Right.
not in the driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that points closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay.
So I'm going to rewind that real quick, but here's why. David Owen won on that point because Jim Griffin was wrong. That's something that you'll hear lawyers do. Usually when you hear them say like, oh, we'll get to that or whatever, usually it means they're not going to get to that because they realize they were shut down. They were wrong on something. They didn't get the answer they needed, whatever, usually. So listen, and you can tell Jim gets defeated here because he's having a really strong cross. I think he didn't expect that answer. Let me rewind that real quick so y'all can hear because it's a point for David Owen, who's been very nervous on this with Jim.
Hiding evidence. I mean, I understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
But General Motors has sent their records in, and we know he was straight to Alameda and drove straight back, right?
That is true, but if you look at the GPS points that came from General Motors, one of them puts him way in the backyard of Alameda,
Right.
Yeah.
not in the driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that points closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
So Jim was wrong there. Jim was trying to say, yeah, it was at the back door. And he's saying, no, it was at the work shed, which I remember we see a picture of that later. And the work shed is like, it borders the tree line. There's like a wooded area with a tree line, and that's where the work shed is. So, it's another suspicious thing, huh? The theory, Kitsmith is asking why have the car at that area. The theory is that he was potentially hiding the guns, right, at Alameda. That he was at Alameda. This is, okay, so Kitsmith is asking, is the work shed anywhere closer to the kennels? Kitsmith, they're talking about at Alameda, which is his mom's property. Jim is focusing a lot on Alameda in this cross because of the fact that it wasn't searched. Like, Alex leaves the scene, he goes to Alameda, that's his alibi, blah, blah, blah. And what are we thinking about with that? We're thinking about how did he get there? How long did it take him to get there? Did he throw Maddie's phone out the window? What did he do when he was there? It wasn't weird that he was there, all the stuff with that. But one of the things is as we learn it because of the GM data that the car, it looks like when we get all this new data and they'll go through it with Agent Rudolphi, he might not have been inside that house quite so long. There's a couple times where he's like in the car for, if I remember correctly, in the car for, a couple minutes and then the car is parked in that weird place. So what they're talking about is where his car is parked. It's at his mom's property, but it's where that the work shed is. It borders the forest tree line. So it's suggesting that potentially he brought the murder weapons out to Alameda and was hiding them. Oh yeah. Kitsmith says I get all his properties mixed up. I understand. It's totally understandable. Right. Yes. As a person who doesn't own a single property, for sure. So yeah, so this is Alameda, and because there's speculation about that, right? That potentially the guns were transported, hidden at Alameda, perhaps moved later, and Alameda was never searched. And so that's why the defense is Jim's using that as like a whole thing of like, and he's right. It wasn't, they could have done a better job, but also David Owen's also right. They literally didn't know. I mean, yeah, they didn't have a search warrant. They had permission, but there's no such thing as a perfect investigation, right? It's like in hindsight, yes, it could have done this or that or the other thing, but you don't know what you need to do until you don't know what you don't know, right? And so it's just, it's, to me, it's kind of a draw in that sense.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get there, but they don't ever
Part of
get
this
there.
financial investigation that overlapped,
Here we go,
you
guys.
developed information that Alec was stealing money from a law firm, client money to support a drug addiction, did you not?
That's what was purported, that it was for a drug addiction, yes.
And you learned through your investigation that Alec was paying up to $50,000 a week to a guy named Curtis Eddie Smith for drugs, right?
Cousin Eddie.
That's what was told to us, yes.
And you learned through this investigation, what was told to you, that Eddie was buying these drugs from other folks, members of Sandhill Drug Gang.
This part.
Yes.
And the Sandhill Drug Gang was a precursor to the Cowboys.
Like, what is happening?
I'm not familiar with the Cowboys, but that's what I've been told, yes.
What is happening? I have to say, when I watched this live the first time, like when it was happening, I thought they were saying the Sam Hill Gang. So it was even funnier because I'm hearing the Sam Hill Gang and the Cowboys, and I'm like, is this real life? Is this real life right now? Like, but then I learned it was the Sand Hill Gang. I don't know if that's any better. Honestly, it's still crazy. This is the gangs of South Carolina.
You learned that Eddie owed these drug gang members a lot of money for drugs that were sold to Alec, didn't you?
I believe the information came into that they weren't worried about what was owed because they knew they were going to get paid.
And you really never put them in the circle, did you?
The investigation into that, in my understanding, I'm not investigating the drug aspect. That investigation is still ongoing from my understanding.
I left that clip in because I was like, holy shit, that investigation is still ongoing. So that's, I mean, this likely doesn't involve Alex at all, but if there is still some sort of crazy drug gang situation in the low country of South Carolina, whether it involves the Murdaughs or not, I'm interested in finding out what's going on with that. So yeah.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I know we've been in trial 4 weeks. I certainly don't want to mistry this, and I don't think anybody in the world does. But it's the state's belief on his last questions that they opened the door to the roadside shooting. Before I answer,
Or question this witness about that?
to follow up when Eddie Smith came into the, how he came in the investigation.
He's in the middle of cross-examination at this moment.
Okay, can I ask him when Eddie Smith came into the investigation?
You want to ask him questions?
Well, I didn't want to do anything to mistrial, and I was surprised that came up.
I understand, and I agree with you. But now is not the time for you to, in the middle of his cross-examination, to bring the jury.
Did you develop any information that Eddie Smith was skimming money, that Alec was paying him for the drugs, that he wasn't paying the Sandhills gang everything they were doing?
Freaking
I
Sandhill
am not
Gang.
aware of that information.
How did it come about that Mr. Murdaugh told you about Curtis Edward Smith?
On September 4th, 2021, I received a phone call from Randy Murdaugh.
Here we
that
go.
Alec had been shot, and they were concerned for his safety and what was going on. And I immediately responded, along with other agents, to the scene. And the scene on Old Salkehatchie Road in Varnville, Hampton County.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
And did you see the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, at the scene?
No, I did not. He had been transported to the hospital.
And do you know where he was transported?
I believe it was Savannah, a hospital in Savannah.
Okay. And at that point, did you or another SLED agent go to Savannah Hospital to interview the defendant?
2 other agents went to the hospital to interview Alec.
And was one of those agents Neil?
No, Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly? You in the courtroom? Will you please stand?
I love how he always makes people stand up. It's so
Is that him?
silly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
It's so silly.
And in the hospital, and what day was this?
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And at that point, did the defendant, or did you learn through an investigation, did he say somebody shot him on the side of the road?
Yes, through the investigation, that's what's told to us.
Well, did he identify anybody on September 4th who shot him?
Not by name, he gave a description.
He gave a description.
Yes.
Did he attempt to pick somebody out of a book?
No, sir. There was I believe a SLED forensic composite artist went down and did a composite drawing with him.
So he helped get a sketch of the person who shot him?
Yes, sir.
Describe the person?
Yes, sir.
Did they actually do a sketch?
Yes, sir, they did.
And at that point, had he mentioned anybody's name else in the investigation that you ought to go back and look at about Paul and Maggie's murder?
No, sir.
After that, did the defendant tell you or your law enforcement friends he was lying about the roadside incident?
Objection to the extent it's hearsay. If he didn't tell this agent, then it's not the appropriate witness.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give another statement about the roadside?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant give an interview with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin via audio phone call where they mentioned Curtis Edward Smith?
Objection's overruled.
I know an interview was conducted. I don't know who was present. I was not present for that interview.
So after the roadside incident, and whatever he told whoever's going to be called, that's when he brought in other people.
Yes, sir.
And I think he asked you about the Suburban, his Suburban, and whether or not there was anything wet in the back of his car. Are you familiar with what's known as a cooler?
Yes.
A good old cooler?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's known as a cooler? Yes. Just to clarify, a good old cooler. This cooler thing is like, what the fuck? This is just, I don't even know. Metters is a unique individual.
Could you put wet garments in a cooler?
You can, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
The way you can. I don't even know.
He asked you about CB Road. Did he ever identify did he ever tell you about a cooler that was found out there?
Again with the cooler.
Yes, out by what's been referred to as the skin shed, where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In the course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday, prior to the...
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
Did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
And was it there Saturday? Excuse me. Did you see it on Monday? Or Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning?
Sorry.
Monday night, Tuesday.
I'm choking like water because I'm laughing so hard at the way, y'all. He just claps. Hold on, let me rewind that. My God.
Was found out there at some point that wasn't usually there?
Yes, out by what's been referred to as the skin shed, where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In the course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday, prior to the...
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
Did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
And was it there Saturday? Excuse me. Did you see it on Monday?
What the fuck?
Monday afternoon,
What the
Tuesday
fuck
morning?
is that? I love
Monday
it.
night, Tuesday morning, yes, I did see it.
Did you see that cooler again?
I don't recall.
Okay. They give you consent to search Alameda that night?
No, sir.
They said, go search Alameda.
No, sir.
Is that funny?
It was funny.
I'm sorry.
Him addressing me. If I found your question humorous, I'm sorry. I thought it was a funny question. It was a rhetorical question. I asked the court to instruct him not to address me, but the witness. Thank you.
You may proceed.
I guess the point was Griffin said they were bending over, wanted to help, wanted to do all this. You never mentioned Curtis Smith or anybody else until September, right?
Leading.
Can't believe the
I'm
witness.
sorry. Did you ever mention anybody else who could have done this, who could have been involved with, who could have killed my wife and my son from June 7th, 2021 until September of 21. Did he ever mention anybody else?
No, he did not.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Is it police procedure that the suspect of your investigation is supposed to solve the crime?
Jim makes a good point.
No, it's not, but it helps to have information from other sources.
And you were asked a number of what ifs. One what if was like, what if he hid the guns at Alameda? How long would that take? And you said 5 minutes, right?
I said 5 or 10 minutes, depending on if you know the area.
What if you'd gone over there that night and searched Alameda? How long would that have taken?
Quite some time, large property.
Yeah.
And we would know today that there were no guns hidden on the property.
Well, that night, Alec was not considered a main suspect, and I had no information to go search Alameda for guns.
At what point in time did you ask Alec, did you hide guns at Alameda?
I didn't.
That's all the question I have.
You may step down. With regard to the court's earlier ruling excluding not allowing the roadside shooting incident during cross-examination, I find that the defense opened the door to all of that testimony.
Well done, guys.
By questioning the witness
Bravo.
as to the relationship between Mr. Murdaugh and Eddie Smith, payment of money to buy drugs, indebtedness, his overall relationship,
General insanity.
in order to not mislead the jury and to, under the doctrine of completeness and fairness, the court reverses its decision and will allow examination of witnesses regarding that relationship. And we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning.
All right. I'll take this opportunity to remind those of you in the chat and also replay crew. For anyone who wants to weigh in on the different streams and, using EDB footage, versus not, now's your chance to have a side-by-side comparison. So, because for the rest of this particular video here, it'll all be using the EDB coverage. So let me know your thoughts.
The jury, and I would like to put on the record the basis of my objection to the redirect of Agent Owens regarding the roadside shooting. Understanding the court's ruling was that I opened the door to that.
You did.
Based on my cross-examination.
You did. You know you did.
This is the first case I've had the benefit of being able to go back to YouTube and see exactly what was asked on direct and what
Hi,
was
Jim.
asked on cross.
Good to see you.
I have typed it out. It's very brief. On direct examination, Mr. Metters asked Agent Owens, question at some point in 2021 in the fall, did a financial investigation begin at Alex Murdaugh? His answer was yes, sir. Question, would it be fair to say that the investigations overlap with each other? Answer, it did. Question, would it be fair to say that the two investigations fed off each other? The answer is yes, they did. From the information I was learning from the financial investigation, it gave me additional people to consider and to look at Mr. Murdaugh as a reason why or why not. The next question, were the individuals in the finance investigation that you also interviewed in this investigation? He said, yes, I did. And then the question, did you learn information from the grand jury testimony? He says, yes, I did. Then the question, did you follow up on that information? He said, yes, I did. That was elicited on direct examination. My cross-examination.
It was very narrow.
I began on this
That
topic.
was very narrow and
You also
vague.
testified in the fall of 2021 there started up a financial investigation. Yes. You said it fed off and overlapped with the murder investigation. Yes. You developed information that Alec was stealing money to support a drug addiction. Yes, that was reported. Question, you learned that Alex was paying up to $50,000 a week to buy drugs. Yes.
From
that
Curtis
was what
Eddie
was
Smith?
reported.
No.
You learned that Alex was buying from Curtis Eddie Smith.
There we
yes.
go.
You learned that Eddie was buying from the Sand Hill drug gang. Yes. You learned that Eddie owed the Sand Hill drug gang a lot of money. Yes, but they were not worried about getting their money because it was Murdaugh. Question, did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of the Sand Hill drug dealer's cell phones to see if they were at Moselle on June the 8th? Answer, no, because in my experience, they use burner phones.
I don't know their phone number is what he
Question, you
said.
never got DNA from them to cross-check against the unknown DNA on Maggie's fingernails.
Good luck
Answer,
getting
no.
probable cause for that.
Question, you never put them in the investigative circle, did you? Answer,
So the part about the unknown DNA, just to remind y'all, so whenever I make these videos, I'm I'm including the things that I think are the most relevant. Obviously, some of the testimony is hours and hours and hours. So, I cut certain things out that are either redundant or maybe repetitive or, whatever, just not maybe as important. So the part that he just read there from the transcript, I initially had left that part in, and then I was just trying to get the video down a little bit longer because it was going to take like 10 hours to export. And so I was like, if I can save 10 seconds, but the reason was because it wasn't that important. The part about the unknown DNA, it ended up being nothing. If y'all remember, it was like there was an unknown allele onto her fingernail, but then we learned she had gotten her nails done. And I think they actually match it to the person at the nail place or something. But so basically, I didn't want anyone to hear that and be like, wait, unknown DNA. I don't remember that. But just so y'all know, that's what he's referring to. There was one allele under her fingernail, and it was just from when she got her nails done that same day. So because of that, I didn't include it in the video just to save a little bit of time.
my understanding is that investigation is continuing and is being conducted by the DEA. And from that, Your Honor, there were no questions related to the roadside shooting, no questions related to whether Alec lied to the police in connection with the roadside shooting.
It's the totality,
It was
Jim.
all about him stealing money from clients to support his drug
Jim's
addiction, which is
arguing
evidence that
to the
was
judge
already in
again.
the case. Your Honor, I sent the court a
Oh yeah, 50,000 a week.
email
There's no
earlier
way.
today, the case of
There's
State
no
v.
way.
Hayward, 426 SC 630, which is a 2019 case where the Supreme Court.
He's arguing that
reversed Judge
mentioning
Young
Cousin Eddie is not
on
enough.
Opening the door theory
The
of,
Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals.
excuse me, the Supreme Court reversed the Court of.
Jim, you're not going to outlaw this judge. Judge Clifton Newman knows his case law,
Defendant was convicted.
and you are not going to out case law Judge Newman ever.
The Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals affirmed.
He's
the
bored,
Supreme
and
Court
he's ready to
reversed the
spar with
Court
you
of
in court
Appeals
today.
and vacated the conviction based upon the introduction of.
You're not going to outmaneuver this judge.
404 evidence on the
They
theory of
started
opening the
promptly
door.
this
And
morning
in
for
that
this.
opinion, Justice Hearn is very specific to state that the courts have to be very careful and very wary of thinly veiled attempts to show propensity by way of the open door doctrine, and that testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics to which counsel had opened the door. And again, I go back, we did not open the door to any roadside shooting, any insurance fraud, anything with regard to Alec lying to the police.
Between the
and so that
sister
was the basis. I just
and between
objected.
these
I wanna
questions,
put that in the record.
he's
Today,
left-
they intend to
Yeah.
present
Oh yeah, they do.
full panoply of evidence.
Oh yeah, they do.
On the roadside shooting.
Oh, they sure
And,
do.
Your Honor, we would oppose that.
Oh, you bet they
What do you
do.
mean a full panoply?
Well, they've asked to, that they're going, my understanding is they're putting up Agent Kelly.
They have a
to talk
gilded
about
lily.
His investigation of the roadside shooting.
They're going to put it in a vase.
We got a request this morning for them to play the hospital videotape of Alec in the Savannah Hospital, which is over an hour, where he's being interviewed by SLED agents, and he's meeting with a sketch artist to draw up a sketch of the roadside shooter, and that they plan to introduce that evidence. They plan to introduce, as we understand it, follow-up evidence of when Alec gets to detox in Atlanta, when he calls back with Mr. Harpootlian and I, and gives a full statement about the roadside shooting and about how he had lied to them previously, how he was sorry.
Is that the same video or
They're
two different?
two separate. I mean, second is just an audio tape.
He did a fake
But,
sketch.
Your Honor, I just go back to State v. Hayward, where the court says testimony
We're
and
never
response
leaving this
must be
trial.
proportional and confined to
Never.
the topics which counsel has opened the door. And so
We'll put up
they
another
intend to
poll.
spend 3 hours of testimony here today, and it's not proportional, and it's not related to the topic that for which the court, I believe, should find that, and I don't think I opened any door because I think the evidence was already in the
I think
case.
he's still arguing.
And it was in response to direct. It wasn't something I brought up.
Oh, we live here now. We live here now. I wanted to grab that before Nightbot got cranky.
To go back, obviously, we had this issue and we addressed it yesterday morning.
This time we're dealing with the issue of the court's, the exception or statement for the record that Mr. Griffin wanted to make concerning the court's ruling yesterday. We're not dealing with any anticipated testimony today at this time. I'm not ruling based on what, well, I've already ruled, but I'm entertaining these comments for the record regarding yesterday's ruling. So go ahead.
I think, Your Honor, if you listen, obviously, to the excerpts that Mr. Griffin just read, and you put that in the context of everything that had developed, starting with Marion Proctor, that the door is more than opened, and the state's intent in that regard is to fully respond to and flesh out the very examination.
The state's intent in that regard, we're talking about yesterday's ruling, so we can close the door on that.
Creighton,
do you have anything else to say about
answer the question that's asked?
Other than the examination, the redirect examination clearly was in response to and appropriate opening the door after that examination, and that's I think that Your Honor was appropriate in that regard, and I think that again that has opened the door to exploration of those issues.
The defense
concerning the court
probed this area. The judge is ready for this.
State v. Hayward.
I'm here for any of it, Melinda. Law mommy works.
Mr. Owens
Mother law nerd works.
questioning Mr. Griffin.
Law nerd, mother of dragons.
Cross-examining investigator Owen got into this circle of interest that Alex is in the circle. Then cross-examined the witness regarding.
I will take mother of law.
Well, did you consider Eddie Smith to be in the circle? Well, did you consider some unknown gang members, whoever they might be, to be in this circle?
Yeah, we now have
Did you know that Alex
gang members and drug dealers and
$50,000
Curtis Eddie Smith? There's all this,
supporting a drug habit, presumably through Eddie Smith.
There's not a chance he's using
and that he owed money.
$50,000 a week
indebted
of opioids. There's just not a chance.
So Mr. Griffin introduced the relationship between the defendant
and Curtis Eddie Smith.
And Eddie Smith. The court conducted a pretrial, a hearing outside the presence of the jury, addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
Yep. Who did not like that?
The door was open. This is not the same as the situation in State v. Hayward, where a co-defendant's, a cooperating co-defendant is being questioned about unrelated matters, totally unrelated to the case, and the Supreme Court presiding judge went too far in allowing evidence not proportional to what was open and which he already ruled should not be introduced. I find that what this court allowed on yesterday was proportional because it was in relation to evidence elicited not by the state but by the defendant, and the state is entitled to explore this relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. And then we'll have further discussions at some point regarding this limitation of just randomly throwing out names of people.
Yep.
Or suspicions and
That's
speculations
to the defense.
regarding on the issue of third-party guilt.
Because the court has already talked about third-party guilt.
To the extent that
He is not happy with them.
defense sought to introduce the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith, and then
The state gets to
seek to
explore it.
infer that Eddie Smith might have been or should be a suspect in the murder, and then to prohibit the state from saying, well, if he is a
Suspect, why was he ruled out?
Eddie Smith should be a suspect, and Mr. Murdaugh, who at the outset engaged in his form of problem solving by telling the state what this case was all about and the murder was all about, meaning the boat crash, then later engaging what appears to be a conspiracy along with the person that the defense seeks to insinuate to be or should have been a suspect.
Charge conspiracy
The
is
state
the
is
problem.
entitled to explore that. The extent to which the state should be entitled to explore that, that's open for discussion today, but not based on the court's ruling yesterday. The court in the Hayward case did indicate that the court should be careful as the nature and extent to which
Yes.
these other matters should be allowed to go into, and I intend to do that. But the record is protected to the extent that Mr. Griffin went through YouTube and citing what his version of what he said
Everybody wave.
yesterday.
Everybody wave. Chat. Say hi to
Excluding
Jim.
the
Hi,
portion
Jim.
that's more relevant and
We're
important
here.
to the court's ruling. But the record
YouTubes.
speaks for itself on all of that, and the court's ruling stands as it was given on yesterday.
I see
Your Honor,
y'all
obviously,
waving.
we would accept your ruling, but there,
Excuse me.
We have a ruling, we have for the record, now we have an exception to the ruling, and another comment. Go ahead.
what I'd like to discuss now is what the state will be allowed to submit in support of this
court's
position. Now,
over it.
Clearly, there is a taped statement by Mr. Murdaugh from a detox facility in Atlanta, which was initiated by Mr. Griffin and I. So certainly there's no
Apparently, he rehabbed from a
objection to that.
$50,000 a week drug habit in under 30
could be,
days.
but no real
Truly
objection to
quite
that.
impressive.
Secondly,
No objection to the statement.
well, no objection to the statement pursuant to
'Cause you
and
can't.
conditioned by our previous objection
Yes, sir.
to, I want to make the record clear. We're objecting to any of this.
No, I understand. You've objected to everything throughout the trial. I understand.
Well,
That's your
there's a couple
job.
things we missed. We'd like to rehear some of those, but, Your Honor, but then.
He's trying
and again,
to work this judge
Mr. Walton
background in his
discussed
favor, and it's
last night
not
after your ruling,
going to happen.
A way perhaps, I know this is shocking, to expedite this process.
Lies.
For instance, there is a statement made to EMS, the statement they're wanting to get
Cue
to, which
Kourtney
is,
Kardashian or Khloe
drive-by
Kardashian screaming
shooting,
the liar.
all those sorts of things, which he later on admitted in the telephone conversation statement that was taken was not true. We get that. He didn't need to be Mirandized on the side of the road by EMS. However, there are two recorded statements taken at the Savannah Hospital by Agent Kelly after he is, and we've got the medical records here if you want to look at them, but clearly has suffered a wound to his head, a fractured skull.
Always suspect of that word clearly and clear. Everything is in controversy.
I don't think
Yeah.
this is in controversy.
Oh, his
Tell me
head
what's
injury.
clear again.
His head injury is in controversy,
Bullet wound to the head,
but this is a good argument for him.
fractured skull.
It's a good argument.
Brain bleed. That's not contested. The medical records indicate
It's a good argument. He had a head
that he was
injury.
under while he was at the
We
hospital.
can't trust
We would think there'd have to be
what
a
he
Jackson v.
said.
Deno hearing on
because he had a head
that
injury.
those interviews.
That's a fair.
Just under
fair.
the issue of.
But they
was
can
he
bring in someone to
competent?
rebut it.
A competency hearing. To do that, we would
I think
have
the
to bring the
brain bleeds in
physicians
dispute.
and the treating physicians from Savannah here to testify. And again, and I think Mr. Waters will concede, it was at 6.
I think that's in controversy too.
I emailed him and said, all good, what we talked about yesterday, and he came back a little while later and indicated that he'd like to put those in.
You're
Mr.
lucky
Griffin
that
and
he's
I,
responding to you at all at this point.
Over a cup of coffee said, there's competency issues, and we informed him of that this morning. Nobody's playing gotcha here. So we don't believe those should come in without
I think that's
Your Honor
fair.
being able to rule that he was competent, hear from the doctors, and I think we may have worked out a compromise on that. I just want to confirm that for the record. But what we have worked out is this. The statement that he would not have to bring the EMS people. There's a statement that they made. Agent Kelly can publish that statement without having them need to be here. There was a knife recovered at the scene. They don't have to Kelly can identify that. There was a, what else?
Your Honor, so what we talked about yesterday, just to kind of wrap this up, was again, my intent to do this in a very expedited and focused fashion, not get into every detail or litigate that entire matter. And I suggested to the defense, and they agreed yesterday, that I could have Agent Kelly, who's the lead investigator on the side of the road, come up and essentially, in a very abbreviated fashion, walk through the case without the need to call the 911 operator or the ambulance driver or the roadside deputy or the DNA analyst or the person who found the knife.
We've now entered a
and so
third
forth and so
trial
on.
in this
And
trial.
I plan to do that again.
We are
in a
now
very
trying the
expedited
roadside
fashion.
incident.
I'm not talking about anything 3 hours or the like.
Sir.
We also discussed this morning that I do need to be able to relate to the jury, though, the defendant's claim, which I have argued to you is particularly relevant, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant on the side of the road, when in fact he knew exactly who it was.
Right,
He
because
had
it
actually
leaves the
arranged
jury
for
to
it.
believe that
And
this
so
family was being
Our
hunted.
discussion that I thought we had an agreement on, I think we still do, is that Agent Kelly, there was an interview in the hospital on 9/4 and one on 9/6, and that I would have Agent Kelly just summarize and reiterate the defendant's claim about what happened on the side of the road, as well as the fact that he worked with a sketch artist, and show that sketch picture, and then just move through it like that. And then we will play for the jury, which I think they just said they don't object to, or no additional objection, the telephone interview in which he ultimately admitted
I shouldn't be
to law
surprised.
enforcement in the presence of his attorneys that it had been a lie.
Yes, sir.
That's the deal. But I feel a little more comfortable if we could just have, and I'm not trying to delay court, but
You
this
are.
recording is 47 minutes long, 41, whatever, 40 plus.
Whatever.
41 minutes long. Could we take, if you could just, by the way,
No.
I've agreed to allow him to lead unless I see something reprehensible going on.
Completeness,
Which for
Jim.
me is difficult to restrain myself from objecting, which would expedite it even more.
Don't allow them to lead.
But at 6:30 this morning, we were not in a position to discuss what Agent Kelly's, the sort of acceptable, what happened at the hospital.
Ugh.
I'd just like 5 or 10 minutes just to review that with
Let
him.
us get our
and then
story
I think
straight.
we're on go.
No.
Although, just for the record, we're objecting to any of this. I don't want this kumbaya moment to be viewed as any waiver of our objection.
The only thing I just want to put on the record, again, is that in discussions with the defense counsel, moving expeditiously with Agent Kelly and without raising hearsay and that sort of thing and making us go through our paces has been a strategic decision that the defense has made.
Pursuant to the, I just want to make it clear, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't want any appellate court ever to look at this and say, well, you agreed to it. We're agreeing to this process pursuant to Your Honor's ruling this morning.
I have not reviewed any of the evidence that you all
He ruled yesterday.
are now referencing. So to the extent that you all have an agreement on moving forward with this evidence, considering the objections, I'm fine with taking 5-10 minutes if that will expedite things. I deal with what you all disagree on, not what you agree on.
We're going, if Your Honor, when you take this recess, we're going to take myself, Mr. Griffin, maybe even Mr. Barber, to, he seems busy, to a room where we can have some peace and quiet and have a discussion.
Are you going to get a cup of coffee too, Jim?
All right. We'll be in recess then for hopefully about 10 minutes.
All right.
Just so the court knows, we do have Dr. Kinsey, who's our expert, who will go after that, so that we can go ahead and get him on the way.
Competency.
And then after that, we would move to Mr. Kelly, or excuse me, Special Agent Kelly, and I think we've had a discussion and have the same sheet of music so that there's at least no additional objection to the ones they've already
Same
raised.
sheet of music. Do you remember
Sounds reasonable to me.
the 40
And, Your Honor, my goal here is to be as
days?
reasonable as possible.
Sir. You may bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
I call Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Kenny Kinsey. All right, Kenny, let's go.
Dr. Kinsey, how you doing today?
Wait, let him state his name for the.
So just real quick, so just to recap on the input there about which video footage to use. I appreciate y'all being so conscientious about the work that I've already done. I actually don't have all that much already compiled for the next one, so it won't be a problem at all. I will have no trouble making sure like the next one will be easy to put together without having to use any of the EDB footage. So, but I appreciate y'all.
Lee Kinsey, Kinsey. I'm fine, sir.
Good. Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career.
Damn it, Creighton.
First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit.
He is like a racehorse that has been let out to run this morning.
Then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years.
So y'all, if you remember him from the trial, or even if you don't, this guy's awesome. I really love him. He was at CrimeCon last year. I hope he's coming again. But he is just really likable, very credible, thorough, ethical in how he conducts everything. And it'll be really interesting because you'll see Poot do the cross for him. And there's a big difference in this cross with Poot versus the cross we saw with Jim and David Owen earlier.
My whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the Chief Deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
So first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the Chief Deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations. I went on to SLED for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator. And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991. My master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011, and my PhD from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that, Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 91 Clemson.
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. So. All right.
Great, Creighton. The amount of like personable chit chat that happens in this murder trial is so
and that was at Walden University
wild to
there?
me.
It was, yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Waters, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert if we could just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
To explore the extent of his qualifications.
The state
that
is
goes
entitled.
directly to the value of his opinion to the jury. Let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications. But what specific
I've never seen a
areas of
lawyer,
crime scene,
lawyers in the chat,
investigation,
paralegals in the chat, court
reconstruction
watchers in the
have
chat,
you
law
had
nerds.
training and experience and
Creighton is walking around with a cup of
Yes, sir.
coffee.
What are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
When I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel it's
Look at Alex's
pertinent
face.
to help me answer some questions. And the questions
Please let there be
that I-
charts.
or the
Please
things
let
I
there be
want to
charts of this
accomplish from
reconstruction.
this, reconstruction, you can determine sequence. You can determine movement.
Please.
A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene.
If it's loud, we have a
measurements, that
poll,
kind
a
of
wall
thing,
being
and I
taken
also
down in my house.
responded
I'm going to try
the
to mute
scene. It
me.
was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this guy?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
All right. And when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions. The first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal, at least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death. My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm, and most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right. And then just real quick, you said
So the 9 pellets he's mentioning there, that's the buckshot, like we were saying earlier, because buckshot has 9 pellets. So that was the first shot, was buckshot.
9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
All right, Dr. Kinsey, you were talking a little bit about Paul's positioning and his location when that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down, and if you could maybe point out what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
As long as Creighton stays off the floor, we'll be fine.
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound. Here along the floor, what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous, and you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that
Blood
causes
is
that blood
literally
droplet
thicker
to
than
change
water is what's
shape
been established in this
is
court
the
this morning.
friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops
This
were
is
running
not
down
the
from
blood
that
spatter
wound
expert.
on
This
his arm,
is a
more than
crime
likely his
scene
arm, because
reconstructionist.
His chest area had a shirt on it. It takes
They
a
are
little while
different
for that
things.
blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers.
So
And
he
you can
will-
see these 90-degree droplets
He will talk
here,
about the blood in the
here,
room.
and then they actually lead to the door.
And on the
You
door.
can follow the path to the door. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
All right, and
So we're
approximately
in crime
how
scene
far was
reconstruction.
Paul inside the feed room? Can you describe a little bit about the dimensions of the feed room and your conclusion
digital
as to how
legs.
far within the room Paul was when he
Fake
was
legs.
struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches.
Why didn't
and
they
it's
call him
approximately
sooner?
a foot and a half, 2 foot past the door.
And if we would, if you could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast happened?
That's the doorway coming in?
Yes.
About right here.
All right. And let me ask you this. In your review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shotgun wound.
And can you explain the basis for your conclusion to the jury in that regard?
Yes, sir, I can. The shot pellets, real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry. Run along inside his body cavity. Underarm, if his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside.
I wonder
He
what
had
the
over
defense
20
experts are going to
entry and
say, because the
exit
state
wounds,
has
and
made
he's
a
only got
very
9
big deal,
pellets. So the only way the math
a very
works
big
out
deal
is
over
if his arm was down.
where the
And
entry
additionally,
wounds and
the
exit wounds
wad
are.
stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body because it's only plastic. It doesn't take as much resistance to stop that wad as it does a shot pellet. And the wad stopped. It was right. You could grab it with your fingers if you would have been medical personnel and needed to. It was right there.
In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum, the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door. Because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
So
And then the shooter,
the
I have
shooter
this
would be
image up here, which
partly in the feed room.
is states 534. And can you kind of illustrate what you're talking about to the jury using that image?
Yes, sir. The breech, the ejection port, where you load and unload that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint from the shooter, was inside this door frame, at least to some degree inside.
Generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity, pulling his body down to the ground. When you sustain an injury to your brain like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the feed door. He fell over forward after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
Instantly fatal.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel, That is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been
So
cleaned.
it's going
I went
up.
and looked at it myself, run my own measurements, took the width of the door. I took Paul's approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9". So I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle.
That's a real big difference,
Then I deducted the
he's 22.
distance
He could have
between
grown from the
top
time
of
he
your
took his
head
license.
and the top of your shoulder. So
He
I
could
took
have
another
still
foot
continued
off.
growing.
Then I took the width of the door, and there's one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are
I don't know, depending on when he got his license. If he got his license at 16 or 17 and he's 22, 3 inches isn't really that much.
Which tells me something was in that way.
For me.
And because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern. This is the original crime scene pictures, and this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door, and you can actually still see the dents that are documented in my photograph. You can see them in the original crime scene. This is the concentration of blood that's caused by
Up at the top.
the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time, those body parts made contact with these sections of the door. And my opinion is that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at states 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. Shotgun wound, you know, you've got you've got over 800 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was a void pattern, this is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time.
Because he was there. Yep.
And the green tape reflects that blood pad or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape. It's not really tape.
All right. Well,
Yes, sir.
And so that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To illustrate your opinion. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you reach a conclusion as to the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And
Yeah,
explain
Paul
that to the
came
jury,
out,
please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing
but that
door,
first shot
to the
was
right of the
not
doorway,
fatal.
Outside.
And would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning,
Court is much
how
more
much
full
of the
today.
body of the shooter was exposed. Because, you know, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and
That's
biological
the
fluids
mist people have
that
talked
go
about.
in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
On them. But you can normally see a
Let me ask
void
you
if
this.
it's not
In
hosed
your,
down.
Expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or a close fashion?
No, sir, I see no possible way for
And
that.
explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please.
Because we know the defense is going to go that way with their expert,
Well,
and
number
they already
one-
have.
Well,
a
what's so
defense expert.
interesting to that end about the defense experts, when questioning the medical examiner, that was what Poot was sort of arguing. And they do bring in an expert who I believe tries to peddle that theory, but then they have the experts, I think it's different people, who peddle the other theory, which is a completely different theory. And I'm not going to spoil that for anyone who doesn't remember or hasn't seen, but you're in for a real treat when that happens.
This blood evidence on this door, that pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder, into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going down, on the sidewalk in front of him. And it would be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity
Unless
blood
there's water.
droplets there on the ground. And plus, the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him, but you wouldn't have this on the door.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support?
So this
that
is
the
supporting
injuries suffered
what the
by
ME
Paul
said as well.
Or in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out and shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door like that. I don't think it's possible.
All right, thank you. Now, let me ask you this. Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot. In the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical
He's also very
number
knowledgeable
2,
in weapons.
and it's called many things. The typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot, steel shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things, so I just typically call it birdshot. But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot shell. So that's the difference. With the buckshot, you've got fewer and they're larger, and with the birdshot, you've got many and they're greater.
About how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and I only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, and you've talked about this, but was the shooter, when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot.
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
Remember, the
Where was
first
that
shot
second shot
was
shell located?
not
It was also
fatal.
located under the door.
All right. And is
So
that
he
still
could have
consistent with
walked
your opinion?
out.
Absolutely.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun typically, now there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that door.
Before we move on from Paul, I would, and if you could just use me as a mannequin, but can you sort of describe to me your conclusions about the positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head?
So Janie is asking, scatter shot, is that Australian? No one has offered it. I believe that is Australian. I feel like I've heard that, but I don't think I've heard that in reference to this trial. And I haven't seen any, like when I was reading about shotgun shell casings and shotgun shit for this case. I don't remember seeing that either. So yeah, I think that must be the Australian. But like you said, there's a million names for it, which is really funny because again, buckshot has the one.
Wound and just how the trajectory of that wound and that shot as you've described and as supported by the evidence as you see it.
Can I describe it and demonstrate?
Yes, please.
So the jurors can see. The second wound, as I mentioned, went in his arm and caused an injury here, a large entrance, and then of course exit here. So it had to be typically with the kind of non-fatal wound Paul suffered to his chest and his arm. It's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm, because as you know, that's over 20-something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't
You can
feeling
see
it,
those move
or if it hadn't
faster.
affected him in some way, I believe his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. So that's going to
hard
drop
testimony.
that angle just a couple inches, and I can demonstrate.
All right, and if we can make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right.
That makes
That wound
sense.
went in
That makes sense because the second shot, his head was moved that
approximately
way,
right here.
according to the coroner as well.
It traveled in, and out in a straight line. In a straight line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're pressing the dowel stick there, you're showing the trajectory of the wound, not implying.
So he had the dowel stick
No, sir, I'm not.
behind
I'm not
Creighton.
implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the.
He had the dowel stick behind Creighton to
While
show
I'm
the
thinking
flight
about
path.
it, the wound to Paul's chest.
Creighton,
did it
how
show
tall are you?
evidence of stippling?
Yes, sir.
All right, and just looking at this particular image, Paul's about 5 feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then he moves towards the door, is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it.
Yes, sir, with his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right, let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the
Great.
injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. And if you could, start out by reminding the jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which
They've
those
talked
were
a
suffered.
lot
Yes, sir.
about
So if you could
Paul.
just remind us again of those injuries.
I'm very,
And if you could, go ahead and describe them in the order that
I'm
your
interested to
expert
hear the
opinion
order
they were suffered.
Yes, sir.
that this happened in with Maggie.
Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist. One was her left upper thigh above the knee. One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things.
We've
but
heard
it
from
ran a
that,
straight
doctor.
line
Thank
through
you.
her body. This one on her left leg
Good.
and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle. And they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit. This was either a total separate non-fatal wound, or it could have been a continuation
Of the other one.
of the 2
And that's what the
fatal
ME said as well. It
Let's
just
talk
depends.
about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those 2 wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please. And after those 2 wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put aside the wrist wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground, and that's when the first fatal wound was delivered. And from the angle, she would have been on her knees and had at least one hand on the ground.
All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have bent over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and
Y'all.
knees, and if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound
Not
would
again.
have gone, the first wound that was fatal. for
Oh,
Maggie Murdaugh.
Creighton.
I guess you can come behind me. Yes, sir.
I'm going to get on my hands and knees, he says, if you can come behind me. Creighton? The fuck?
Y'all look at.
I've never. I've never.
Right here.
I've never.
Right here.
All right, and show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes. It burned or grazed her stomach outside to
Get
inside.
your clam off
It
the
through
floor,
the end of
Creighton.
her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
Okay. And what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
Look at this where he
And
lays
that is the position
face
her
flat on
arms
the
were
floor.
in the
Oh my
original
god.
scene photograph.
And while I'm down here, so I don't have to get out.
I have to say, this is dedication that he's laying face down on the floor of this courtroom. I think it's dedication.
Up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the position of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
It was approximately here into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
I just.
In, out, in that line.
Thank you. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
I'm interested to see what he thinks that is.
Right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay. And did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir. Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together. You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
Explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at in looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And
I'm so
there are a
blown
couple
away by the
different,
fact that they think it's a tire.
conclusions
It's
you can come up
just-
with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. To make an actual complete
that's what I'm
identification to the
wondering.
exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic. A thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire and three-dimensional comparisons are always better than two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a photograph. You can't tell depth. If you have the actual cast of that footprint or that tire, now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the
But it was
two-dimensional.
mud.
You can, if you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique random characteristics. They call them accidentals. It's something that happens by accident, just because of the way you walk, the way you drive, what you might hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear impression analysis.
Is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right.
You can see a unique random characteristic here, and all that is a void pattern in the mud. You can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain.
I love this comment here from Kit Smits, unlike accidentals in music, which are very much intentional. Yes, indeed. Quick little rundown for people who aren't familiar. Most people maybe are familiar at least with what like a staff, music staff looks like. You have your clef, for example, treble clef. You have your key and you have your time signature. Your key is going to have sharps, flats, or it could have neither. And then your time signature is going to have numbers, and that's indicative of the, like I said, the time signature or meter. So for example, something is counted in 4, something's counted in 3. Anyway, you have your key signature. Again, it can have sharps, flats, or neither. A sharp looks like a hashtag, like on, that people are familiar with from social media. Flats look like a little lowercase b. And an accidental is in music when the composer wants to temporarily change a pitch or a note from what it would have been in the key signature. So for example, if you're in the key of G major, so you've got one sharp, which would be F sharp in the key signature. So you're going along, everything is natural except for your F sharps. But then, temporarily the composer needs a C sharp. The C would have a sharp right next to it, and that would be an accidental. It lasts only for the duration of that one measure, unless otherwise indicated. And I could go way more into detail with all of this with music. But we might save that for another stream. But yeah, I agree with you, Janie. Creighton's mic is clear, even when he's down there, face down on the floor, indeed. And yes, also true here, Kit Smits, waltzes are counted in 3/4 usually. Correct. And yes, she says she tells her students accidentals die when they hit a bar line. Correct. And also the other thing is that accidentals are applicable for that same pitch at any octave. So if you have like I said, an accidental with a C sharp at the beginning of the measure, and then later on there's another C in a different octave, the composer does not have to notate that sharp again. If you know what you're doing, you would know that that is still sharp because it's a C and it's in the same measure. But anyway, all right, let's keep going with Kenny Kinsey.
A little hump, and expand on that with the jury. Why is that particular? Why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the tire. And in my opinion, it transfers to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump. On
Yes, sir.
So he's talking about
it's marked with a yellow arrow.
Tires are the same,
here it
right?
is, right here.
And this
I've
tire is
marked it
not
there,
the same.
but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
She might have bumped up against it because she was
this
in a dress
bottom,
and out messing around with the
impression, you
dogs.
got a
She might have
white
just
arrow to
bumped
that
into
line
the
right there.
tire
Explain that
with the
to me,
dogs.
what's significant in your analysis of that?
Y'all,
I marked that because unless you examine, unless you got really, really good eyesight, you might not even pick up on that. But here, you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
Looking at how you had Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit
How
like that.
did
Is
it
that correct?
get there?
And if she was angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are
That's a
those
good
two
positioning
shots-
question.
So Kidsmith makes a good point. So she says, I disagree on not needing to mark accidentals and other octaves in piano music. At least this does become an issue because you're more likely to have say, and she's probably going to say, however many octaves. But so yes, so they don't have to mark it. That's where the editor comes in. So, a composer writes the music and an editor will edit it, and that will be dependent upon the instrument. So for example, violin music oftentimes will have bowings and fingerings. Those are made by the editor, typically not from the composer. Only if you're dealing with a handful of certain composers who also played and wrote for violin would you have the composer also adding fingerings and bowings. So so typically though, if you have something, sheet music for violin, a lot of the things that you're seeing are from the editor. And so that would even include what she's referring to here. Like, for example, the composer may have only notated the first accidental in one octave at the beginning of a measure. The editor, if in certain instances, like maybe with piano music, right, you have a lot more octaves, or even just in certain situations where it would be more common that you might not remember that accidental later on, or in like for beginners, like in sheet music for violin for beginners, they're going to mark accidentals throughout the entire measure to remind them. So again, those are editor choices that they can make based on the circumstance and it would be made by someone who knows the instrument and can understand the context and what they would need to have notated, I would say.
that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh.
So they pushed her
Are
back.
those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room?
Certainly could be, yes, sir.
The ATV, I don't think it's her
Back of,
being run over by the ATV,
Maggie's
certainly.
calf. Is that consistent with her
That would have bruised.
running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire?
Thanks,
as it was
Creighton.
parked?
Leading, I've not, this is my first leading objection on this, but I object, leading.
I would say sure.
What is it consistent with?
All right. Let me ask you this. With this particular tire
Good, maybe we'll have
impression
answers.
and what you see on Maggie's calf, is there a reasonable explanation as to how that impression got on her calf?
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire, or one just like it, and I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make contact at some point in time.
Gotcha. You've talked about your experience and your certifications with firearms, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own yourself any AR-style platform rifles?
I have 7 complete rifles, and I also own a couple strip lowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
Gotcha. And what are those?
I have questions about the rainy day, sir.
223-556.
So yes, Kit Smits is saying here that music has its own language. I mean, it certainly does. I teach music every day, so I'm love and I'm happy to explain any questions that people have about music. And again, it is easier with visuals. I'm not sure how I would provide that on here. Yeah, I don't know, but I could, if people are interested in doing a video about basics of music notation or anything like that, I could probably figure something out. And yes, this is also true as well, Janie. Musicians use the same part of their brain that is used for math and language. And actually, I would say that's absolutely true. And there's a lot of overlap, I think, with language, because I've learned Russian, and so I've noticed that there are definitely a lot of similarities. Like, I think that learning a foreign language, an additional language is easier if you have for musicians, because you have an ear for like inflection and like pronunciation and stuff like that, and also like memory, expression. I don't know. And I guess technically when we're reading music, we are translating, right? But we don't think of it that way, but that's what's happening. It is another language, another notation system. So, and yeah, we could potentially do it on Discord. So Kit Smith, so she was answering my question here about different octaves in the same measure, right? If they want the distance, but if they've already marked it as an accidental, they need to mark it then if they want the dissonance, like, you know what I mean? Like if it was a C sharp and they, you know, and then later they would have to put a natural sign. I mean, if they're following the rules of composition, they would have to, you know, again, it's assumed that it would still be, the accidental would still apply. So yeah.
Questions in the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 blackout.
300 blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
All right, so here's Toots Cross.
Deputy or chief or what?
Contrast it
I
to
haven't been a deputy in about
earlier.
25 years, Mr. Harpootlian, but I'll answer to whatever you call me, sir.
Do I call you doctor or deputy or chief or what?
And I don't know if we're going to have much to speak today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple things, if that's okay with you. Understand, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot, the strike down?
Apologies.
For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side of, so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not.
Okay, so the first shot, as I understand it, hit his shoulder.
Exactly right, Teresa. He is setting up questions for his expert to testify.
No, I'm talking about, let's talk about
the fatal one.
The fatal one.
Yes, sir.
It hits his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
So based on, now you met with Dr. Reamer, the pathologist.
I did.
And where the wound occurs, the initial in the...
I very much like him explaining how he came to the determinations that he made.
That was approximately 4'7".
Because it's very thoughtful.
4'7".
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, just give me a second here. We're going to do
Where are we going? We have a wandering dick. He's wandered off.
I hadn't touched a protractor in 50 years. I've done it twice this week.
You want to swap places with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that 135-degree comment by her, but
She said 2 to 3. She did. She said 2 to 3.
To make that axis.
She did not say 3 to 4. Poot said 3 to 4.
Yeah.
She said
At
within 3.
3 foot, we're here.
Right.
Yeah, Poot's pushing the
At 2
distance.
foot, we're here. So I believe it would be more in line with 2 foot, but I'm not contradicting a pathologist.
Okay.
Well, he's misstating what the pathologist said, so no, you're not. And the prosecution could have objected that it misstates, because he keeps trying to push 3 to 4 feet, probably because of his expert.
I mean, 135 degrees is basically a 45-degree angle, correct?
Not quite, but yes, sir, close. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it's 45 degrees off of that dot.
I did my measurement from a little bit lower on the door frame. I took my protractor and placed it on the door frame, inside the door frame, let's say.
I love seeing how they use their protractors. I'm here for
Well,
it.
that's where his shoulder's at, but the angle of the gun, depending on the length of the barrel,
right,
it would have.
Kit Smith, I just have a question. I think maybe what you're referring to is that, are you referring to, because you're a pianist, this would make sense. Are you referring to when notes are all played at the same time, like a big chord? Then it would make sense that you would have different octaves. That must be what you mean, that they're all, I guess I must have missed the part where you said if they were being played at the same exact time, that would be different. I was thinking notes at different times in the same measure, if that makes sense.
To be here, because it's not a contact wound, so it would have to be down a little bit, but the angle doesn't change, just the distance changes.
Right. So, but, sorry.
He's like, right. Let me disagree with you again.
So, but if you come off of this 45 degrees, for the sake of argument.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
He doesn't want to argue with you.
That would show you the angle.
Say no. You don't have to accept his proposition.
As long as the angle stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the angle's not
I've got it
gonna
on 135, by the way.
135 would be.
I like this witness. He's not having any of Coop's shit.
Off of straight up and down. So don't you have to take it over this way?
Well, you've got 90 in the middle. It depends on where your axis is. You've got 90 in the middle. This is 180. All the way around is 360. So here we've got.
Let me show you how to use a protractor.
135.
Can I have that long ruler, please?
Let's have geometry. Today is geometry day in the murder trial.
Just
sure.
We're going to learn a lot today because we have geometry and we have music. So I'm just going to read this Kit Smith's for the most part, but also let's just say 3 different C's that happen to be in the same measure. I mean, so following the rules of composition, like if you have 3 different C's and 3 different octaves in the same measure, so they're played at different times, and there's a C, the key signature does not include a C sharp, right? So you have the first C, let's say, it's a C sharp. If the composer wants the other C's to still be sharp, they can choose not to mark them as sharp. It's implied. Or they can choose to mark the sharp as a reminder, or the editor might choose to mark that. However, if they want any of those last 2 C's to be natural, they have to mark, and it's in the same measure, they have to mark the natural sign. So you could have it where it's the first C is sharp, the second C is natural, the third C is sharp. You could have that. This is probably not making sense to anybody, but I'm wondering, hopefully this makes sense to kids.
I'll hold it. And again, it could be somewhat lower if you turn.
Yes, sir.
But
And that would change the angle. That's why I said approximately 135. It could change it a little bit.
How much?
A few degrees. If you figure if this is 135 and if he's 2 inches lower, that would, take probably 5
It would
degrees
change the
off.
angle.
So that would be 1.
Geometry is going to be
Maybe.
geometry.
If you sit it up there, we'll measure it. I can tell you for sure.
Because math is math.
So, okay, what do you want me to do?
You hold the protractor up.
Math gonna math.
Except we gotta go this way. No?
You had it. You had it. There you go.
But your line's gonna go that way.
Which way you want to go?
I want to flip it.
You fooling with me, Mr. Harpootlian.
You're fooling with me, Mr. Harpootlian.
So
They're
that's
having their own
130.
private little conversation.
I love it.
What do you want to make it?
Well, I'm not measuring it.
I
this
think
way.
they're setting up
You tell me what you want me to make
the defense
it, 'cause I measured
expert.
it This angle.
But this
Yeah,
is
but
so
this is
weird.
just the flip side of that. Remember how you're talking about the negative?
All right, put it back.
Okay. Which way you want it? This? That?
Oh.
Okay, that's 135. What do you want to make it?
So you can.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Did he just say, oh, wow, there
All
you
right,
go?
So if it was, let's say this end was down a little bit, that would make it what? Now you're on the bottom half now, so that changes it. Now we're at 40.
Yeah, it was 45.
Right.
Now
Yeah.
it's 40.
Right.
See, I went to Clemson too.
Yeah.
And so, sad. So if you make it 40 instead of 45 degrees, what is it?
Here.
Okay, so, and you believe that the shooter was how far away from him with that shotgun?
I think 3 foot is a stretch without having some damage to the door frame.
Right.
Because that shot,
2 to 3 foot.
pellets immediately when they leave the barrel of that gun.
That puts it in
at
close.
3
That's what.
foot, that shot pellet's going to spread 1 inch. There's no damage to the outside of that door frame.
Why would there be?
Why would there be what?
If it's spread, how far, 1 inch?
If
This
Paul
makes sense
is-
to me.
Shoulder is barely reaching that door frame, and that's what.
It would have
blood
spread
evidence
too
tells
far,
me.
and it would have damaged the
If
door frame
you
if it's
are
too far
further
back. The
them
further
shot
back, the more it
pellets are gonna do what
spreads.
they're supposed to do. They're gonna open up, and there's no shot damage to that door frame.
Okay.
So he's saying that what he's saying is if that person is 3 to 4,
You recognize it?
3 to 4
Yes,
feet
sir.
back, that it gives the
Yes, sir.
shotgun pellets
Okay,
time to
so-
spread out, and they would have hit the door frame. They wouldn't have all hit. They wouldn't have all hit
I have some.
Paul. So he had to be within 2 feet because otherwise the pellets would have hit everything around it. That makes sense. That's what they just got to. With all of that, that's what they got to.
Here, I don't mind if you
Look-
point it in my direction.
I do.
Okay?
Objection.
So
Objection.
if you take that, the
Objection.
muzzle of that gun
Have
and
we
follow
learned-
the line down.
Oh.
And let me
Nah!
just a little bit. so
I don't like this at all.
That would be the position the shooter had?
That's the angle.
The angle.
shot came from over here. It didn't come
Well, this is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional, but I'm trying to figure out just the angle from the muzzle.
All right, if you're coming out of the door and you got damage to your right shoulder.
Right, there you go.
Instead of
Same-
the left
I like
shoulder.
keep it on
same-
All right, turn this way.
Okay.
I have to just say, this is what they're talking about isn't that complicated. Poot is trying to make it seem complicated to the jury. It's really not that complicated. Kenny Kinsey has explained it very clearly. You know, basic math, right? Like, but Poot is trying to act like it's impossible to comprehend. So, oh yeah, I mean, Janie, they love using this gun. And you know, what's funny is that Creighton didn't have him use the gun for direct. This was Poot that picked up the gun and handed it and was like, let's use the gun. So.
And that is the door frame.
Right,
Was here.
right. But, and that distance there is how far from the barrel to?
2.5 to 3 foot.
So somebody crouching.
Oh, this is getting complicated. So what you're saying is whoever shot him was holding the shotgun that low?
Really low. Yes, sir. Not from the shoulder.
They could have been
Some
crouched.
position Other than the
All right, guys. This is where it's really relevant. Oh, sorry, real quick. Kit Smith is asking if this is the infinite moment he poots the gun. Poot points the gun. He poots the gun at the prosecution. It's not. We haven't gotten there yet. But this is where it's really relevant what we were talking about last time regarding the kennels with the water and the hose and the doorway, because here we're about to see this whole question of why would the gun be at this low angle? Wouldn't that be awkward? Blah, blah, blah. And people are offering, suggestions, like maybe he was hiding, maybe he was lying in wait. Emily as well going to offer suggestions. I don't think anybody thinks about that he tripped. And I in my opinion, that's my theory, is that, you've got the door jamb, right, which is going to be raised. And we know Paul is right in that doorway. So you've got that, there would be like a step, right? And there's puddle of water. I mean, and then you've got a lumbering buffoon like Alex. And it's just, everyone keeps going through the paces of like, wow, this isn't logical. Why would someone do this? But I mean, it just seems like it, it would just make sense that he didn't do it on purpose,
Why? Wouldn't it be easier just to go boom, right in the head?
Sir,
He asked him
can't
why.
figure out why people do what they do.
Well, but I guess, okay, so
Facts.
the person with the shotgun has just shot him in the chest.
I can't figure out why people do what they do.
To the left, and that would have gone through, under his armpit. out the
Also,
window.
it's consistent with somebody
And
hiding.
then he shuffles over to the right of
It's
that
consistent with
position,
someone crouching down so they're not perceived. And I've
towards the
seen
door.
lots of cases where
And
people
then
lie in wait.
whoever's just shot him, you would agree with me, the first shot was inside the, the shooter would have been inside the feed room for shot number
At
one.
least to here. If this is the door frame,
Right.
Cousin Eddie doesn't seem as
The
tall, but I don't
ejection
know.
port of that shotgun was in at least this far.
And how far back was he in the room when he got shot?
Paul?
Yeah.
Just on the other side of the 5-foot mark.
Okay, so how far was it be from that 5-foot mark to the door frame?
5 foot.
The other thing too, guys, is that there's a blowback, right? So you imagine for the first shot, he's holding it normally, right? He's close to the I guess he's partially inside the feed room, right? Is what we understand. He's partially like inside the feed room. There would have been like a blowback. So you combine the blowback of that first shot with the water, it all makes sense that that's what happened. Janie, my hair is at its most annoying length, blows in my face when it's down, but I get a headache if it's up for too long. Oh, I can relate. Yes, I actually wear my hair up pretty much all the time because I hate it when it gets in my face. And with violin and reading music, it can be really annoying, especially because with long hair, it'll get tangled up in the shoulder rest sometimes. And it's just becomes just an annoyance. So I just always wear it up for that reason. But I understand. And I hate it when it blows in your face. That's the worst.
No, but I mean, how far would the barrel have been if that was just inside?
Well, it depends on the length of the shotgun.
Assume that's Benelli, whatever the name.
If this represents 5 foot.
Interesting that Dick just said
and I've
assume
got
it's a Benelli.
Ejection port inside the door.
Because that's what the prosecution's
Or 2
assuming.
foot. I mean, you don't want to
That it's that type of shotgun. Interesting.
Now, and you're shooting me in the chest.
Yes, sir.
And the distance between that barrel and my chest is, well, that's
That comes from.
29, 30 inches. 30.
Creighton doesn't think you're going to tell the inches right, Dick.
30 inches.
Creighton thinks you're going to expand those inches
And so
say that it's
I would
longer
get-
than it is. Creighton doesn't trust you.
I mean, just a minute ago, we said that
You've been getting in these 3 to 4 inch nonsense all
36
day.
inches, or you said maybe it was closer. I mean, is this consistent with Stiflin?
Yes, sir. Within
Okay.
5 foot. Yes, sir.
Could it be? Well, I mean, on that first shot, we know, you say that he was, you say he was, what do you call it?
Creighton's like,
Ejection
put the
port.
weapon down.
The ejection port had to be inside the room.
Yes, sir.
For,
Well, the second shot now, all it had to be is pointed toward the room.
See?
why?
Because it's going to eject to the right. So if this is the door frame and I've got the ejection port pointed toward the room, it's going to eject into the room. The first shot, because it was straight on, had to be at least past the door frame.
Right.
Yeah.
But the second shot, if the ejection port was
Pointed toward the room.
pointed towards the
I
room.
could be this far away from the door, the second shot, and the ejection port would still throw it that direction.
So doesn't that change the calculation here on how far away that gun was? Because the ejection port on this, is that it down there? Where is it? There it is right there.
What a mess. I love it.
And that angle, you would agree with me, is an unusual angle. Typically, people shoot a shotgun from their shoulder.
Typically, unless you and I are both occupying nearly the same space,
Wouldn't there be stippling or powder burns or some?
I can't explain that.
Well, okay, so you can.
I can't explain
I'll take
that.
Yes, sir.
That's a good answer for the
But it
defense.
would be inconsistent for them to be that close, wouldn't it?
Well, you figure if Paul made it to the door, whoever fired the first
Is
shot
backing
could
up.
have retreated or could have backed up, better word for it, could have backed up or even was taking cover to see what was going to happen.
Your weapon again, please. Might want to step that way.
You might want to step that way.
Blocking the jerk. That's better. So we both agree that the first shot is square into his chest.
Now
Well,
we're
it's a
just
square, but it's directly on. Yes, sir.
demonstrative.
At shoulder height. Boom.
Well, it could have been shoulder height. It could have been like I was holding it just now. No. What before. I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm just.
it could have
like
been.
you,
It could have been here. It could have been here,
I mean, I can't tell you
But
the
get back to the jury.
whoever's shooting him in the chest is holding it parallel to the ground or near parallel. Yes, sir. And we know it wasn't down here. I don't believe so. No, sir. Not the path of the bullets going out the back window. Okay. The pellets, not bullets. So either at his shoulder or just under his shoulder. Now, a shotgun has a pretty good kick to it, doesn't it? Buckshot? Yes, sir. Pretty decent. So I guess what I don't understand.
The
and you have
shooter
no
could have been
explanation for it,
falling
is
backwards
why the second shot
or
would be
stumbling backwards.
like this. I
The
mean, you
shooter
agree
could have been
a
going
normal height person
backwards.
would have to crouch to make that shot.
or stumbling backwards when
Correct.
somebody was
I
walking
don't know
towards
where they
them.
want to
Absolutely
get
could have
that
been.
barrel placed, Mr. Harpootlian. I can't tell you that part with my science. I can't. All I can look at is the angle, which is about like this. Well, it's here, but in reverse.
Poot. Poot.
Which is about like this, correct? The barrel would have to be.
And Dick is going to make it look as awkward
that.
as fucking
But you
possible.
would agree with me, I'm bent over to do that. Yes, sir. So
Not
the shooter
necessarily.
was
You could be down on a knee.
a very short person, but here, I'm not
Foreshadowing.
that far, and I'm almost 6 foot. But what? I don't understand.
I don't understand. Yeah.
Dick wants to make it
I
as
don't
awkward as
understand.
possible because Alec is so tall.
What
And
circumstance
this witness
would
is like,
cause
no.
a person to, might want to move that one over, to do this or this,
Stumbling
and then
backwards.
immediately do this or do this
Stumbling
to put
backwards.
that second shot in?
Objection asked and
Stumbling
answered.
backwards.
You said what you don't understand. The question is,
The judge is like,
Question is-
what?
That your position is that the first
Don't
shot
remember
was
his
like this.
question.
The second shot would have been like, if I'm standing up straight like this, not a very good aim, or crouched down. If it's a normal sized person, right?
Foreshadowing.
Almost parallel with the ground.
Right.
The second angle was somewhere between 100,
Parallel?
somewhere around
Uh-huh.
135 degrees from the door frame. I can't tell you the psychology of any more, any less. That's
what height was the entrance wound on that chest?
on the chest.
Yeah.
Approximately 4'3" or 4'4" I
Off the
believe,
ground.
according to the
4'3".
yeah 4'3", 4'4".
Because that would have been below the shoulder wound, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about right for me, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
I think he keeps saying normal
So,
sized person because he's going to talk about how tall
That
Alec
first
is.
shot.
We keep having
when
Alec
you
stand
put
up.
that person-
He's very tall.
You couldn't predict
If
why
I put
he's
it
saying
on
that
the
at this
shoulder,
juncture.
They would have been approximately. Was there any way to figure out?
I don't know a scientific way, Mr. Harpootlian, unless you had a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun, and measure it. I don't know the scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles, and I look at the damage, and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay.
There's not a scientific way to do it, which is a very, very fair answer.
Okay. I think I'm done with the gun. You can have a seat.
I'm glad you're done with the
Can I
gun.
take the gloves off, or we could do this again?
Objection asked and answered.
I think we're done with the gun. I gotta tell you. Let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that
He's
point?
still trying.
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends, once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay, well,
With an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know the.
They don't
you
have the
looked at
gun.
the autopsy photos,
I
right?
did, yes, sir.
But they don't
Was
have the
the wound
gun.
on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. Yeah, I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
Yes, sir. Just real
Oh,
quick.
you, Janie said she missed the joke. I know it was kind of quiet. The joke was, Kenny Kinsey was like, "Can I take the gloves off?" And Poot said, "Oh, now I can't remember exactly what it was. I'll just rewind it so we can hear it again. I don't remember it verbatim. Let's see.
a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun and measure it. I don't know the scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles and I look at the damage and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay.
There's not a scientific way to do it, which is a very, very fair answer.
Okay. I think I'm done with the gun. You can have a seat.
I think I'm
I'm
done
glad
with
you're
the
done with the
Can I
gun.
take the gloves off or we gonna do this again?
Okay, so Kinsey says, can I take the gloves off or are we going to do this again? And then Creighton says, objection asked and answered, and just as a joke. So yeah.
I think we're done with the gun. I gotta tell you. Let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends, once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay, well,
With an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know the.
They don't
you
have the
looked at
gun.
the autopsy photos, right?
I did, yes, sir.
But they don't
Was
have the
the wound
gun.
on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
And you remember,
Yes, sir. Just real quick. Contacted by SLED to do a review of this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And were you told any particular conclusions to come to, or did you do a fresh review and then arrive at your own conclusions of your own independent judgment?
Every conclusion I came to was in spite of any pre-existing conclusions. I made my own conclusions.
That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that easel also was slanted as well, was it not?
It was.
And if it were actually standing straight up, that dot y'all were marking would actually be higher than it was when it was demonstrated to the jury, is that correct?
Yes, sir, and that's why you use approximate, because I can't tell you how Paul was positioned. I can only go by
This is
the
one of his
angle.
better redirects.
All that stuff
Truthfully.
that you and Mr. Harpootlian did with the easel and the shotgun and all the rest of that, does any of that change your opinion about what happened to Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021, when he was fatally shot in the head?
It does not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Go get in the door, please.
Shoot.
Wait, he was yelling at Barbara to go get in the door,
Mr.
please?
Barber, in the interest of justice, has
Go get in the
allowed me
door,
to point the
please.
shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is.
Poor Mr. Barber. He's been the best
So,
attorney on this
we
team,
agree
and they just push him around.
If he's standing in
Like-
the doorway, the shooter would have had the shotgun.
Mr. Barber's
how
like,
about turn
please
a little
don't
bit
point
to
the
your-
gun at me, sir. This is
turn
so
that way.
awkward.
A little bit more. Yes, sir.
Can the jury even see in the doorway?
Would have been about like this. About like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We've got a tornado
Okay.
watch incoming for all
So
of you in
that's
Middle
the
Tennessee.
trajectory.
It looks
That's
like.
where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
So far, I've only had
Okay,
to
thank
stop
you. No
one
further questions.
stream for Swirly. We'll see what happens
you
today.
step down. Yes, sir. Have the state call this next witness.
Can you just let us know the logo on your tie, though,
Thank you,
later?
Your Honor. May
'Cause
it please the court, the state called Senior Special Agent Ryan Kelly.
roadside.
Ryan Kelly, Kelly. So on September 4th, 2021, there was an incident involving Alex Murdaugh where he was shot along Old Salcahatchee Road in Hampton County.
All right. And did you respond to that particular scene?
I did.
All right, guys, that's it for this one. We had a cliffhanger. So that's who we will be hearing from on the next one. And y'all, it's going to be crazy. We'll hear that interview, the audio interview that he does. I mean, I always forget, I know it in my mind, but yet it's still hard to even remember and comprehend just how much insanity comes in with this, because there's just so much involved with this roadside incident. So, that's all for now. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for your input on the footage I use for the stream and for the research, that y'all did on the Milwaukee tools and the peace interrogation technique, and many other things. Oh yeah, the CIA stuff. I thank y'all for being here, and I will see y'all on the next one. And let me go ahead and roll that outro. See y'all next time.